Okay, folks, back again. Back again to the tedious process that is laying hands on every one of these rivets. Now, this is the original one that I did, and I decided doing this painting without an airbrush, not because my airbrush was broken, but because that's how I painted this one, because I painted this before I even had an airbrush. And the only thing we're doing is refurbing this one. We're refurbishing this one to the point where it's it's going to have the pin wash on it, and which it does, on this end, and we're working on this side, and then it'll end up having the drippings on it, and then do the other three that way. Of course, the turrets for this one also have not been pin washed. Just a matter of time, so let's get to it. Saves you from having to keep this thing open. And save you from having to knock it down. Crafty Clark. They look great. Who will I pass these down to? Well, I don't paint for people. Don't be me. I don't know. Who will I pass them down to? You mean when I'm gone? Or I'm not painting them for anybody. So I'm painting them for you guys so you could see. I did when I was young, when I was about 18 or 19 years old, I forget exactly which one, I painted something for someone. I started working on something with the intention that was for this person. They paid me to do it. And every time I worked on it, I absolutely detested working on it. Like it took the wind out of my sails. Almost like if I was going to build a model, like you know that, and I've never done this before, but I've heard many of you say this, at least in your youth, that you'd build a model and like put firecrackers in it and blow it up. I wouldn't want to build it. And yeah, it doesn't work for me. Now, if you can pay my salary, and I'm working the same amount of hours as I'm working on this, yeah, I'd do it. Because I generally enjoy doing this. It's therapeutic, but I don't want to be rushed or have to do this but I don't paint for people. Because I'd lose total motivation. And the going rate for this just isn't. I mean, this is easy, but even if I sold some of my stuff that I worked on, nobody's going to pay me $1 an hour, and that's just like sorry. If I knew that the only enjoyment I was going to get out of this was making $1 an hour, I'd go do something else. I remember when I was doing the 15 millimeter armies. The going rate for a painted army is your birthday in October or November. Why is those the only 2 months that are choices? Why do I only get those 2 months? Why can't my birthday be in December? Not that it is. I'm just saying. I got a friend of mine on his Facebook page. He puts his birthday as the 1st of January. I don't know why the hell he did that. That's not his birthday. Um, but he doesn't change it. And I'm not sure that I got a right answer from him. I've asked him. Because of your digging in your heels. I guess that just kind of went over my head. I have dated several people that were born in October and it didn't work out. Not that I believe in any of that horoscope crap. I'm not saying it's not true, I just don't believe in it. I'm of little faith. My birthday is not in either of those 2 months. Actually, nobody I live with's birthday is in any of those months. So I practice this thing where I don't like telling people what to do, and I really don't like other people telling me what to do. Especially since over the years I've gotten older, I realize that nobody's really worthy of telling me what to do. I see people all the time. I'm going to tell you what to do. Let's pull up our record. Oh, let's better not do that. All right, well, who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? Wow, and just like that, this thing's done. Now, there's an interesting anomaly that happened on here. For some reason, there is a huh. There we go. There is a one of these clevises that's missing on here, which is not unusual because I didn't get all of these things complete. I this is almost a junkyard buy, and that one's not even painted, and it wasn't even attached. So I wonder why one of these might be missing one. There's one missing there. There's one missing there, which doesn't bother me because if anything would be missing on these things, it would be that. This one doesn't have any. Okay, well, we'll leave that one not having any. One of these missing one on the front? No. I'm going to leave it off for the time being. Oh, there's another one there. We got two spare ones. Okay, well, I may attach it to this one that doesn't have any at the front. Not a huge priority. We need to keep the train chugging away. All right. I want to get one of these complete, even if it means it's the refurb. So this is complete right now. Let's work on this one's turrets. You're creative, but don't want to be forced. I've been forced before, and I hated it. I have my workload at work is extremely forced all of the time. Probably more each day as it goes on, and it really shouldn't be that way considering I've been there for over 30 years. But so I do this to keep me out of the news, and yes, I'm exaggerating. It keep me from quitting, and in the last 18 years, I was playing a game that the reason I was playing it was because it allowed me to use my own stuff. Right? I don't understand people that play. Let's see, how can I word this? And it's not because it's inappropriate what I'm going to say, but just to get the right point across. This is. Oh, I see. I'm like, what's that doing up there? That's a different item than a micro set. I don't see the point in playing a war game if you're a painter that somebody supplies all the stuff for. So when I first started wargaming, there was this game that they used to play at the hobby store. There was an American Civil War game. Now, I don't know anybody who dislikes the American Civil War or is as disinterested. That's how I should say it. As disinterested in the American Civil War as myself. But let's say I was interested in it. This guy that ran the games supplied all the figures. Now, he did a really good job, or at least I thought so at the time. But if I'm a painter, I want to use my own stuff because otherwise, why even bother creating things for this game that you're not going to use? So I got into this game it's a good game, but you play with your own things. But because of that, I really pushed myself to the point where every time there was a tournament, which was twice a year, I wanted a new army for it. And each army took probably 6 months to do, maybe 5 months to do. Yes, I could rush it, but I wouldn't be happy with the results. That's not a solution for me. I need to be happy with the results, or I'm just not going to do it anymore. So what had happened is basically, I wanted to paint something for World War II, and I couldn't, because if I painted something for World War II, I would cut into my time that I had left, and literally the last week before it was time to get ready, it was borderline nervous breakdown, trying to get everything freaking put together. And then I could finally think, breathe, and okay, which one am I going to do next? And I did that for a long time. I did that for 18 years. And it wasn't bringing me any joy. Now the stuff that I created for it, I don't have a problem with any of it, and it's stuff that I'm never going to sell because how do I put a price on that? That was being constantly rushed. So yeah, I don't want to build stuff for a scenario. I don't want to build stuff for a game to have it done to push myself to that level because just trying to get through every day is enough of a burden as it is. Especially when you're getting pushed by people who are fucking retired, and, so I'm doing enough. And I'm just not going to go back to that, Now, it didn't make me get things done. Every single thing I created for it, I'm very proud of what I did, and I did as good a job as I could have. It was just I wasn't allowed to deviate anything at all. It was I was always studying for this final exam. And it's the biggest problem with that really is that I can't go and I see this model of an airplane. Let me build that. I can't. I don't have time to do that. I need every waking second for it. So that's why I was always thinking long and hard about what project I was going to do next because I was going to get stuck on it for 5 months. So the problem and people go, well, why don't you sell your things? Okay, so let me break it to you. First of all, the going rate is not what it's worth it. And then you take somebody like the people that I would play with, that many of them just bought the stuff. So you could say the lead for this army would cost, well, it used to cost about 35 to 55 bucks. And if you got it painted, you'd pay less than 200. So I'm sorry, it's damn near free considering how much time I would put into it. And if I'm somebody who doesn't create this stuff and just buy it, sure, that's a lot of money to put down. A couple $100, that's kind of expensive. But when it's time to sell it, you can get your money back out of it. I'll never be able to get the money back out of the time that I put into selling it. So I'm not going to sell my stuff, And if I never use it again, I never use it again, But, yeah. I had one back when armies were selling for $150, something like that. This one guy contacted me from Miami and he's like, hey, I like your stuff. I want to get into playing this game. I'll give you twice the going rate. I'm not selling my stuff for $300. I'm not going to. It's absurd. When you're spending 4 hours a figure, 3 hours a figure, you're like, whoa, you could just wash them or paint them quickly. Then I hate the results. Then I don't want to do it. You don't want to do it, So it'd be like if you were a person that worked on cars and you're like, I put this car together really quickly, but it doesn't run. Well, what good is that? All horses have their birthday on the 1st of January each year. Is that right? Wow. I did not know that. I did not know that. Horses, huh? So I know a horse that raises chickens. Because his birthday on Facebook is on the first of January. I know I actually don't know when the fuck his birthday is. That's fine. I wasn't going to buy him anything. Dudes don't give each other gifts. I mean, what's the advantage of that? Oh shit! Then I got to get somebody something, and then he's got to get me something. And no, you're a grown up. You can buy your own things. So yeah, it's not necessarily that I dislike painting that stuff or that I wasn't happy with the results. It's just I can't do both. And because I'm not painting for a means to an end, even though hey, there's this scenario with four. This is just to get something, This is like, I'm exercising. And I'm not planning on running a marathon, but I'm just exercising because it's good for you. This is good for me. So, and I guess people that don't paint don't understand it. Oh, well, I'll give you twice the going rate. I'm like, even if I figured out how much, I thought about one time, let's say I came across somebody that was really, really liked my stuff and was like really, really rich. And I said, if I sold all of my 40 armies, right? And I could buy a car with them, would I do it? I don't know that I would because I already have a car. So my 40 armies, if you give me $1,000 for each, I don't think I'd sell them. I'm not hungry enough. I'm not saying anybody would even give me that money. I don't think I would, I'm not needy enough to be bought. Let's put it that way. That's why I don't understand these politicians and stuff like that are just, that do nefarious things or, accept gifts from lobbyists. Like, what do you need a second yacht for? Or what do you need a yacht for? No. If you can't feed your family or you're going to go hungry tomorrow if you don't eat a piece of bread, that's different. Didn't know the thing about horses. Well, I can't wait to get my car back tomorrow. I wonder what they did to the clutch. I wonder if I dislike it more. I am a little concerned about that. But the shop foreman who I've talked to a couple times seems to know this vehicle really well. He's worked around it and he has one. So I'm like, okay, well, I kind of trust you. But I miss the days where you could go into a shop and like you go under the lift and they show you what's. I mean, it's kind of cool, but you can't do that anymore because somebody decided to invite attorneys to the New World. I don't know whose idea that was. I tend to gift gaming stuff that I no longer need or want. Don't like throwing out stuff. Yeah, yeah, me neither. Although I've thrown some game stuff out. Not much, but it just gets to the point where nobody wants it and I want to get rid of it. I sold all my ASL stuff 20 years ago, at least 15 years ago. This one guy in Spain bought the desert module that was unpunched. I actually had the rule book and I had pulled all of the sections of all the modules that I had and put it in the rule book. And that rule book, I'm going to say it's gone missing. It's at somebody's house that I've kind of fallen out of touch with. And I don't necessarily have a bad relationship with them, but I just don't feel like rekindling it. It was a guy that I used to game with a lot that the last couple times I got together with him, I was doing like all the heavy lifting. It's like, you need to be interested too. And it was like, and that was a long time ago. That was probably, that was 25 years ago probably. And I'm like, I don't want to go, hey, remember me? I haven't talked to you in 25 years. Can I get that rule book from him? Like, it's all right. So I'm like, let's get rid of this ASL stuff. And I ended up selling the, whatever the West of Alamein is what it's called. West of Alamein. Didn't have the rules in it. The guy paid $150 for it. And the shipping was like 50 something bucks. He paid like over $200 for it. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I made money on it based on what I paid for. I don't know what that was, $60 or something like that. It was over $50 at the time in the early '90s. And I liked ASL, but the problem with ASL is I only had 2 people I could play ASL with at the time. 3 people I could play ASL with at the time. One guy disappeared off the face of the earth. I didn't find him until like 3 years ago. But he moved out of town, disappeared off the face of the earth. He didn't know the game, but he was willing to play it. Right? He was actually a guy that I didn't mind gaming with him. Everybody else didn't like him for whatever reason. He was quirky. He wasn't, like a quirky I minded, but another guy was this guy I was telling you about. I didn't play anymore, but he didn't like competitive games. He always wanted to play things that you kind of already knew how they were going to turn out. And I'm like, well, that's just a waste of my time. I mean, I'm competitive at everything I'm playing, and win at all costs is something different. But, and then the other person is, this guy that I encountered in time, and he was really into ASL, like really, really into ASL. However, he would refuse to play the game if he wasn't using the ASL assist with the computer. And I think it was probably an MS-DOS program that had minimal graphics. It wasn't like it was just black and white, but there was some color to it. But it was almost like those MS-DOS type charts with like lines of a different color, but it was still the MS-DOS writing on it. And there was an option on it that allowed you to either enter the die roll, would tell you what to roll for, and you'd enter the die roll, or just it would roll it for you. And he wouldn't let you play it other than the computer automatically rolling for you. And I did play a game with it, and I hated it. And he was inflexible about it. And I never played with him again. But he moved away anyway, so I'm just had this ASL just sitting here. I'm like, well, let's get rid of it. It's moving on. I had 5 or 6 modules of it or something like that. So west of Alamein, the one that was the minor partisan west of Alamein, the core game, whatever it was called, Germans and Russians, whatever the American module is. Didn't have Forgotten Legions. Forgotten Legions hadn't come out. First stuff I ever sold on eBay that was my gaming stuff was my BattleTech things. That was probably close to about 2000, maybe 1999. Definitely the first thing I ever sold on eBay. It'd be cool to go back and look at that stuff, what things I've sold, but it's kind of difficult to find some of that information. Sold all my 1/2400 scale ships, of which there was over 500. Probably 300 of them painted. How many of them were painted well? Not by today's standards. No, it would be cool to have taken pictures of them. Hey, this is what I used to do, and when I first started, and then look at what I do now, just to be like, man, definitely an improvement, but nothing I'd be proud of having today. I wouldn't have used any of it had I kept it. I was young. I'd see something like a paint scheme for something in a book. Maybe there'd be a paint scheme for some cruiser or whatever in a book. I'd be like, all right, I'll paint it that way. Not even thinking that the book might not be right. Like, that doesn't occur to you when you're 16, 17 years old. Now, it's in a book. It's got to be real. Not like the guy misinterpreted the colors or something like that. Or it only shows one side of the camouflage pattern. What's the other side look like? I don't know. Let's make it up. A lot of stuff that I wouldn't do. Well, there's just a lot more information now than there used to be about this picky shit that we're interested in. This room is really weird. I am frigid right now. And there's times with the same temperature that I can't stand how hot it is. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm drinking something that's ice cold. I always do. All right, I think this little guy's done. Oh, did we do the big turret? We did not do the big turret. So yesterday I was working on my car. I ended up picking up the book on Kindle for only $10. I figured, well, if I'm going to buy this, it's time to buy it before I do all these tanks and then have to redo a bunch of them. So the Fallen Giants book. And that's why I picked these paint schemes for these vehicles. Now, I didn't get super anal retentive in that these all have the late pattern hatch. It's like a two-piece hatch. It's basically a hatch for the gunner and one for the loader. Or one for the commander and one for the loader. The earlier one just has a single hatch for... The loader didn't get a hatch. He just burned in there. So I didn't necessarily match up the paint scheme that each one of these had based on the hatch top because I don't have any early war hatches. So that's the disclaimer. However, the other disclaimer is These are 1/87th scale, and I'm using them for 20 millimeters, so they're smaller than the real tank is. That actually doesn't bother me that much. I saw these. They look good. It's not like they don't look good. I don't want to throw them away. I had one of them that was unpainted. I had one of these and a T-30, T-28 that I had bought around 1991 that I was going to use for gaming in this because at the time nobody made one. I mean, Skytrex may have made one, but it was really expensive at the time, really heavy, and nobody had that in a store. So I came across these at a store, and I'm like, all right, I'll paint these one day. And I didn't until 3 years ago. And honestly, they've turned out really well. I've been really happy with how they look. And because they're large vehicles, and they're still large, I mean, they're still longer than any vehicle I have. They look the part. Now, if you put them next to a Sherman that's 1/8, yeah, that's ridiculously small, but I think they look just fine. And if you don't like it, well, then you can walk. You don't have to ride in one of these things. But that was a conscious decision I made. That's why I don't have a problem using 1/72nd, 1/76 together. It doesn't bother me that much. I spent $1 on this. It's bringing me some joy. I'm not any less likely to use this than I would a 1/72nd scale building. S model wasn't around. If S model was around back then, yeah, I would have bought some S model ones. They're like $20 and you get two of them in there. And one of these in 1/72's got to be an inch and a half longer, maybe even longer than that in 1/72. Just a beast. But they wouldn't get painted any cooler because, let's face it, these things are painted pretty boringly. I was half tempted to put a, for the motherland or something like that on the side of it. It's certainly billboard size to be able to do that, but then I'm just inventing things that are plausible. And that book actually gave me every paint scheme for every T-35 that was around. It's pretty intensive book on the history and the surviving units and where they're located, where the wrecks were, and I mean it's pretty. The guy definitely has a hard on for T-35s. But that article that you sent me, that video you sent me, Jeffrey, on the Fahrzeug. That's one of the guys in the comments called it that. That's what I'm gonna call it from now on. The Fahrzeug. What's that smell? I'm sorry, I let go of Fahrzeug. That Fahrzeug video on YouTube was really good, and it had a lot of stills in it that I hadn't seen before. You weren't on here the other night, Jeffrey, when I came across something. I think Ben was. And I came across an article in some local paper here in Florida. I don't remember exactly where it was. It was some local paper, I think. There was like, don't forget these cool places you can go that don't exist anymore. And there was this, I'm going to call it a park, not a theme park, a park in the 1950s that I didn't know about in Daytona Beach called Bongoland. And I thought about it, I was like, oh, that'd be a good name for an imagination, Bongoland. And apparently it was named after some local monkey that lived there, escapee, because monkeys are not native to Florida. And it had some statues hidden in the trees of some dinosaurs. It had like these dinosaur sculptures. You could still visit it supposedly. It's some gardens, some overgrown gardens or whatever. There's a place in Florida I never went to in Orlando called Splendid China. And it was a theme park that I'm sure was funded by the CCP. And it was all miniature Chinese stuff. So you have like the Great Wall and Tiananmen Square and all this different kind of stuff. The big Buddha, and it was, I don't know what scale it was in, like 1/6 or 1/10 or whatever. It was still big, and it didn't make it. I think my parents went there a couple times. I never went there. I was already out of the house by then. I don't know that I would have appreciated it at the time. I'd probably appreciate it. Well, now I wouldn't want to go if it was funded by the CCP, but that ancient Chinese secret, the ancient Chinese history, I think is really fascinating. Especially if you're playing a game where you can use those armies and stuff. Which I would have been interested in. But then it sat abandoned for a while, and there were some photos that people had taken of how things were falling apart, and it was like, man, it's kind of weird that they would just have things just kind of just laying there. There's a link to the article mentioned under the video. Which article? Well, I saw the article. I saw the one in the Tank Encyclopedia one. I did not, because I think that's where I found out about the used on the Eastern Front, was from the Tank Encyclopedia. I did not, let's make sure this isn't too tight. I think these are okay. I did not know about the video. Now I'm going to keep this going. I'm not going to stop and do Tony's tones, but I'm going to at least put all these turrets together so we don't have all this chaos here. We know that this is complete. All right. Which one of these are we going to do first? Does it really matter? Probably not. Whatever happened to that guy? The guy that created Bongolesia. Because that's what happened to me. That was my catalyst for doing the whole imagination thing. Is there was this guy that came across it on the miniatures page that he had this fake blog, and I guess it's still going on. And his town was Bongolesia. And it was so popular, I think it was using AK-47 Republic, which I guess is DBA-like, isn't it? You are from India, Punjab. Welcome. And I guess his blog was so successful that one of the manufacturers actually made like an army pack for his nation or something like that. Like some guy that has an individual blog, and they decided to like, I forget who the heck it was that made it, but somebody did. Or made a source book or something like that. I bet it's still going on. We had like jet aircraft and Bongolesia. Bongolesia. Yeah, Rebel Miniatures box set. Yeah, this is what the cover of it looks like. Scenario box set in the fictional country in Africa. Designed for your 15mm modern miniatures line. Box set contains 48 miniatures and the PDF scenarios. Yeah, I did a lot of I did a lot of brainstorming for this. That's what that little boat was for that I was working on. I don't think I'm going to get that done in 3 days. Again, the model meeting has these themes every month about what the next theme is, and you don't win anything. I mean, I think they do. Like they vote for who's a winner, but you don't win anything. I think it just adds to how many points you get at the end of each year. I don't know what the hell you get, whether you get a secret handshake or something like that if you have the most points at the end of every year, but it's not enough to force me to paint something that's not really in the queue, so to speak. Who ends my... I don't know that you have a question. You have to ask a question before we can answer it. How many Indian armies do I have? One? Or do I have a second one? Man, I can't remember. I don't have that many. I mean, I have 40, but my third one I did, his third or fourth one was the Rajputs. They're actually one of the more successful ones. Till those damn knights get themselves into trouble. The contact cavalry, impact cavalry. That's what I would have called them. I would have called them impact cavalry. I'm glad to see that DBF doesn't call skirmishers. To call them anything else is just ridiculous. Now, if you can't call skirmishers that, what would you call them? Tossers. All right, I'm sending my tossers in. Good morning, Mr. Barnes. Did I figure out what was the question? Oh yeah, you were talking about cops. That's right, and you're raiding the your neighbor getting raided. Those cops in the UK are strange though. They've got all this trimming on their uniform that's very similar to, say, a taxi from New York. Has all the checkerboard stuff. Just find that a bit strange. Just another morning in Tankograd. Too busy policing tweets and protests these days. Is there really that many protests? You may live in a different place than where the protests happen. Like, there could be all kinds of people, yeah, protests here and people burning down businesses, and they're nowhere near where I live. They tried doing that stuff, and this the that first of all, that only happens in big cities. I don't live in a big city, and if that happened in a big city in Florida, the police in Florida just they don't put up with that crap. It's like people start misbehaving and jumping on police cars, trying to tip things over. It's National Pinata Day on that day. It's to get out the whooping sticks and start dispersing crowds. That happens in cesspools of the Northeast here. Those places you wouldn't want to live in to begin with, even if there weren't protests. Policing tweets. I don't know. What can't you say there? I know you can't tell me because then you get policed. There's a difference between speaking your mind and actually calling for violence against groups of people. Even if it's not, you know, they moved different forces around here, but only one big protest here last year. Damn, I need some Coke, man. I'll be right back. Here, as in a long walk away. Oh, in your same town? There's different levels of different things that if you don't quantify what level you're at, you're going to get really different results. I know, that didn't make any fucking sense. Well, I've only had 3 fingers of coffee, but I'm working on it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. And, if you're being policed for saying something that the government doesn't want you to hear, or false stuff, or your own opinion, but it's your opinion and it doesn't really matter what your opinion is, it doesn't hurt anybody, or you're like promoting violence, or you're promoting violence against a certain group of people, it's all kind of quantifiable. I don't think you can just kind of lump everything into one category. Let's use an example that makes sense. The crooked spider thing, right? I get that you can't use that in public. I get it. I mean, that makes sense to me, especially in countries where they're really sensitive to wanting to make sure that doesn't happen again for multiple reasons. But it's ridiculous to ban on the internet the picture of a German tank with an air recognition flag on it that's this small, that doesn't have any writing on it that promotes, anybody who's a dictator with a mustache, okay? You can't put both of those in the same category, around 4 miles away. Amanda Berger, you got a lot of patience here. I have to. It's but there's no time frame. I can get this done whenever I want. Just keep chugging along, man. There's a very difference between, going on your own on the internet and spouting that you don't like a group of people because they smell bad, or they're always walk slow, or you just, and, like promoting violence against them, So there's different levels of everything. And when you start like heavy-handedly, somebody, we start heavy-handedly dealing with everything in the same category. It's kind of not right. You also probably shouldn't be saying things against people that aren't fair, but that's your opinion. People have opinions that aren't fair all the time. I'm not necessarily saying I'm one of those people, but I don't like being told you can say this, you can't say that, you can't do the other thing, because I don't feel like I need any policing. Like, I don't want to work at a place that you have to wear a uniform, because I don't feel like I need somebody telling me, if you don't know how to dress, you'd be an idiot wearing a ripped up t-shirt, so we got to have you dress a certain way for work. Like, I don't like being told what to do. So, getting close to summer riding season here. Why would you ride in the summer? It's too hot. The best life. What's up, man? Are you living your best life? That's a relatively new saying that I've heard in the last 3 years. I'm like, that's kind of a cool saying. Hope so-and-so's living his best life. I don't know. Let me live a couple of lives and I'll tell you if this is my best one. Well, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like people don't talk to each other anymore, People have too many entrenched opinions, and I got this one guy that I used to work with, and I said, if I wanted to do interviews and stuff like that, and I'm not an interviewer, I'm not one of those kind of people, but I'd like to think that I ask questions that other people would be afraid to ask. Because you can pretty much ask anything. You could pretty much say anything. It's all in how you say it. Almost everything. And this guy, he had some interesting takes on things. And it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was controversial. That's not the whole reason on there, but it was just, he was a person of color, and he was really interesting to talk to because he had, things that made you think, It's always in the summer. Nah, I'm causing any trouble. I don't want to be hot, man. I want to stay indoors. It was like 800. It was like 800. Might as well have been. It was 100. It got up to 100 degrees yesterday. I'm like, we stayed. I stayed inside as long as I could. You know, was set off by tweets about setting fire to hotels hosting asylum seekers last year. Yeah, you can't do that. You know. And again, let's all right, we're gonna dive into controversial. I talk about stuff here, but you gotta be reasonable about stuff. Like let's say there's a difference between not liking asylum seekers, and we're not gonna say where they come from. It's irrelevant. Okay, not liking asylum seekers because you don't like those people. Okay, like I don't like people that are green. I hate all these green people coming here. I don't want any green people here. That's very different than I don't want asylum seekers here because they cause violence. They have a disproportionate number of violent people. The green people come here and they're the ones that commit a bunch of petty theft and things like that, or stabbings or whatever it is that the green people do. That's also very different. And it's also very different than people come. I don't want green people coming here because they come from a place that has problems. They vote for those problems here and they change this purple country into the green country that they left from. And what's the point of them even coming here if that's what they want to do? So all of those things are different levels. And I think that, I'm starting to get to the point where I'm not a conspiracy person, but I think most normal people would be able to figure things out if politicians would just stay out of things and there wasn't any lobbyists behind the politicians. Like I'm serious. You could have this conversation with people no matter what part of the world they were from, and we could all pretty much come to the same agreement because I don't know, just be reasonable. And it's like people in the government are there like, man, we gotta keep these problems going so we get elected. I'm like, man, why are you so interested in being elected? It needs to be politicians need to be like the American industry before World War, it's like the military industrial complex of like politicians. Like, dude, do your civic duty and then go back to whatever it is that you're doing. Go back to making refrigerators. I know we had you stop making refrigerators and now you're making Sherman tanks. Okay, war's over. Your task is done. Go back to making refrigerators. No, they want to keep making Sherman tanks. Homeless people. Okay, there's a huge homeless people in the last 20 years here in my area. Not in my area. I'd say in Florida. It's just you never see it. So, what's the solution? You know, you want to help the homeless. Okay, well nobody wants to kick them on the street, and most reasonable people don't want to kick them on the street or beat them up or. So you create shelters for them. Well, a lot of them aren't well mentally, or or don't want to go to a place where they get told how they have to live. So they just kind of want to do whatever they want. All right. So what do you do then? You just let them be, or. And then like, well, like here was a panhandling issue, and the cops used to arrest them. I don't know if they arrested them, but they took them away where they would give them, I don't know, a place to stay, and but if they didn't want to go, they would just escape from there. And then people would give them money on the street. Well, you can't. They didn't want to keep arresting them. So how about fining people that you see them giving money? Like, okay, well, you have nothing to lose because if you don't have a place to stay and we keep, we take you away. Honestly, that'd be a pretty good use of cops. Like, stop trying to ticket people for going 3 miles an hour over the speed limit. But How about giving people $4,000 tickets that they see them getting panhandled? I don't know. You give somebody money, they give you $4,000 ticket. I don't know what the solution is, but politicians, lobbyists, and client journalists. That's an interesting term. I've never heard of that one before. And media owners pollute the debate. Yeah, I'm serious. I mean, I think most people are reasonable. Just sit there and talk about it. Don't have an agenda. Don't keep trying the same thing you've been doing for 1,000 years that doesn't work. Well, we're going to paint this tank and you're going to use watercolors. You mean acrylic paints? No, watercolors. Well, that won't work. Well, we'll try it again for the 1,000th time. It's not going. Okay, that doesn't work. We're not going to do that. So we have this debate in this community that I live in now, and you've got different groups of people that have different, and there's a Facebook page for it, and I don't participate in it because I can already see the lines in the sand drawn. You got people that are like, they don't want this area to grow. And you don't want, and it's funny because you have unlikely allies that fall into that. You have the redneck farmer people. Oh, I want this place to, still be a farm or whatever. And then you got the hippies that don't want, anybody to have anything nice. So, and they're unlikely allies, but anyway, so you got those people that don't want anything to grow. And then you got other ones that want developers just to develop everything. Some people that don't want houses to go in because we don't have the infrastructure for the schools or the roads or anything like that. And then you have the people that are like, well, at least they're building a golf course, and then they're building a golf course, and is it better than the houses? But the golf course ends up polluting the water, which actually, has been linked to people having Parkinson's that live near a golf course. And I'm like, and all of this, of course, is written in a way that most of us, and I'm guilty of it, are apathetic to it. Like, I can't understand how this stuff is written. It makes my head hurt. I already have a full-time job that I hate. I don't want to look into this legalese and find out what it is. Just do whatever the hell you want. Let me know when it's time to pay taxes. And most people fall into my category, but I can just tell you that golf courses are a huge waste. Because in the town that I live in, or lived in, I still live there, even though I live on the suburbs of it, there's been 5 different golf courses. All of them have gone out of business, or been bought out. All except one. And that was because it was taken over by the city. So it's funded by taxpayers. And it's over on the part of town where people don't play golf. But it does okay because it's funded by taxpayer money. There was this one that was the country club, right? Its golf course is defunct. It's an older neighborhood that was probably built in the 50s and 60s probably. It's a part of town that was nice, kind of run downhill, and it's now probably okay now as well. It's kind of gone up a little bit, but that one's out of business. The one that was right around the corner from where I used to live was not a bad part of town. It just didn't, there's not that many people that play golf. It's expensive. Why would you want to play golf in Florida? It's too damn hot here. Maybe Scotland. I wouldn't mind being outdoors in Scotland. I'm not wearing a freaking dress in that windy weather, okay? But, I think Scotland, I wouldn't mind being outside. But at least here in the United States, it's an elite thing. I consider it an elite thing. It's like going to, watching horse racing or something like that. It's just not something I would care to ever do. So you have a lot of this land that takes up a lot of land that they put a lot of pesticides in the ground. They do to keep it looking pretty, because the one that went out of business, it looks like Bongo Land. You walk in there and it looks just like, the uncivilized part of Bongo Land. when they stop putting all the pesticides and stuff into the ground to keep the grass green and it trimmed and everything. And that one went out of business. And the people that bought next to it, they've got the... Uh-oh. I just said Bongo Land and the power went out. Flicker. Having a brownout. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm having a brownout. And which other one is there? They just constantly go out of business because it's like, they use up a lot of... They consume a lot of land, and a very disproportionate amount of people use it. So... I've been asked to go golfing many times. I have zero interest in it. It seems like something you'd have to play a lot to be any good at it, to not be frustrated. Unless you're just going for a good laugh, But even in the community thing, there's people that just go at each other. Like, they need to go and go out in a parking lot and take cardboard tubes and beat the crap out of each other or something. I mean, We have 4 municipal courses and dozens of private courses in a 15-mile radius in Aberdeen. Are they full? Because, see, where I live, in this swamp disguised as a jungle, it takes a lot of effort to curb Mother Nature's inclination to turn this in. You're trying to turn this into something that it's just not natural for it to be. When people say that, no, you're going to plant a garden, you should use, what do they say? Local plants or whatever. That's not what they say. It's called something else, but plants that are indigenous to the area, so they don't take a lot of stuff to keep them growing, right? So you're not wasting all these chemicals and polluting the water, etc. It's not natural to have golf course in anywhere. Go look at Central America or Honduras. They're the border between Honduras and Nicaragua. They've found... Seems like every year or a couple of years they found the new freaking city that's just been consumed by the jungle. You don't cut this back. I mean, it'll consume you. If people disappeared off the face of the earth for 1,000 years and you come back, you wouldn't recognize that road. You wouldn't even see that road. That road would be completely covered over. The grass would come in from, it's a paved road. It would come in from both sides and you wouldn't have a road there. Yeah, so I don't really know what the degree is of what you can or can't say. What you get arrested for? What is it? Is it a fine? You get spent a night in jail or whatever? I don't know. I don't know, but I wouldn't have gotten arrested because I don't say controversial shit. But that's not going to help people get along better. You need to have a discourse with folks. You need to talk to each other, not be like, I don't have anything to say about you. I don't have anything to say about you. Well, that's not going to help anybody. Yes, there's a chance that person you don't want to listen to is totally unreasonable, like Hitler. But then there's a chance that maybe they're looking at it wrong, or maybe you're looking at it wrong and you need to see their perspective a little bit. I don't know, but I'm no lobbyist, I can tell you that much. I'm working on a couple of Middle East imaginations to go with my West African ones. Zetia and Osiria. I like Osiria, especially if it has an Egyptian theme. My Middle Eastern one would have been Absurdistan. And one of the characters in Absurdistan would be Ahmed the motherless goat herder. You know? But the one theme that I would do with imaginations is everybody is bad. Every faction is bad. You know? The home country is bad. The guys that are the rebels, they're also bad. The Westerners that stick their nose in it, they're up to no good as well. You know, it's like everybody is. There's no good guy. That's like one thing I would want, like early on. Like everybody's up to no good. Everybody's corrupt. Everybody's not picking favorites. It's not the colonial powers are good and the natives are bad. It's not that the natives are good and the colonial powers are bad. It's that everybody's bad. Everybody's up to no good. That's how I'd want to do it. But I can't work on that and do this. And this is more important. I repainted that M8. That M8 was for that M8 was for the forces of that of the dictator. Of course, it wasn't painted great or anything. It was just two tone camouflage. If I did it again now, I'd probably there's so many fake things out there. Like you can get them on eBay really really cheap. Those Chinese tanks that look like tanks that aren't really tanks. You know that all have the weird running gear on the side. They're like $3 or $4 each or whatever. You can just paint them. I wouldn't want to use a real vehicle. I could use a fake one. You know, like some tank that maybe you'd use for Gaslands or something like that instead. A make believe type tank. Like even one of those stomper tanks. One of the stomper tanks would work well because those are prohibitively expensive. Just painting up some Burgundian pikes. Need to see how the bases go before diving into the Italian Wars rabbit hole. Well, I'm not going to stop you. The Italian Wars is super cool. I got a soft spot for the Burgundians. I don't know why. Yeah, I do. I like that saltire. I like that cross. It's another version of the French. They were allied with the Yorkists, weren't they? Think they. I believe they were. Yeah, I like those. The pikemen. Who is it that makes it? Is it Museum that makes those pikemen? And they have the pike over their shoulder, and they have the salet on, and they're wearing the leggings, and they got like a chest plate. They're good looking figures. And there's other people that make them, but Burgundian pikes generally look really good. I'm not a huge fan of the Swiss. They're a little too fruitily dressed for me. You know, if you're gonna wear leggings, wear a steel helmet. You know, wear a breastplate. Don't be like uber flamboyant. Like, you know, you need to have something that makes you look like a man. If you're gonna wear those leggings and have them little slip-on ballerina shoes, at least wear like a fucking steel helmet. You know, Donington New Era maybe. Yeah, is that company still around? I know that got. We actually had that vendor come to Historicon a couple times. They sold a guy. I want to say it was from India, and he came over and was giving away free samples. And it's just the shipping was just, well, now the shipping is absurd. You know, I can't even imagine what that's like. But Donington sells people by they sell people. Yes, they sell people by the each, which is, you know, what I would like. I like buying people individually, not by the tribe. The tribe of 8 or 24. No, they sell them by the individual figures. They sell the horses, I think, by the individual horse too, like depending on what pose you want. That's a little extreme, but okay. Very much favor Milan. I had a great Milanese Famiglia, which ended up being sold to someone in France. Milan, which is the one that I like? Is it Milan? It might be Milan. I like their crest. I'm not a Florence fan. You know, I don't like the Venetians. Those fuckers would sell their own mother for a florin. You gotta stand for something, man. Not everything's for sale. The the Venetians have a good flag, but I'm not a Venetian fan. Yeah, I think it is Milan. What about that one guy that has that Pete's Flags makes the flag for? I was talking about him yesterday, the day before. Malatesta. I didn't know this guy around, but he's got a flag with an elephant on it. I'm like, okay. I like animals on flags, and elephants are pretty cool. Unless you got to pick up their dung, in which case they're not cool at all. Or stick your hand up their ass. Neither of which I'm interested in. But he's got an elephant motifed flag. So I looked at this guy, and this guy's like a loser. This guy's like not a good guy. Most people in that time period, I mean, he's not even Machiavellian. He's like, you know, making all kinds of bad decisions. Like, I read the history. I bought this old book that has a history of him, and this guy like sucks. You know, he's not like somebody you'd be proudly serving. Where's this book? An old book off of eBay, and it just happens to have the history of him in there. That's why I got it. If I can find this thing. It's older than any other book I have. It's not up there. It's not there. I don't think I got rid of it. Is this it? This is it. It's called Captains of Fortune. I mean, talk about an old book. Captains of Fortune. Looks like an old library book. Oh, last time I was in the library was 2005. That wasn't that long ago. Not for me. Captains of Fortune, written by Joseph J. Dice. And it has 4 things here. Sorry, 5 things. Son of the Devil. It's Ezzelino da Romano. Never heard of him. Prince of the Wolfhounds, Castruccio Castracani. Never heard of him. Giovanni the Sharp, Sir John Hawkwood. I've heard of him, obviously. Serpent and the Lion, the Count of Carmagnola. I've heard of him. The Abominable Pagan, Sigismondo Pandolfo Malatesta. And Giovanni of the Black Bands, Giovanni de Medici. That's the oh, there's a note. Why is there a piece of paper in here? Oh, maybe I was reading Sir John Hawkwood and put this in there as a place thing. Fresno State College Library. Came from California, Stan. Anyways, I picked this up because it has stuff on Malatesta. What's up, Ben? And I wanted to read, because I was going to build. I thought I was going to build a Milanese army, but everybody shifted sides. I was going to build Milanese because they allied with the Spanish, but then they allied against the Spanish. Everybody was a damn turncoat. Nobody stood. Nobody was. You couldn't count on anybody. Other than the Spanish and the French not cooperating. Yes, they're all condottieri. All of those guys were. I mean, there's probably 40 condottieri. And then there's condottieri of different time periods. I'm interested in the 1400 stuff. But Florence doesn't interest me at all. I don't mind the little fleur-de-lis symbol. Just, there was a time earlier this year where we were potentially going to meet my daughter when she came back from the States and meet her in Italy and then just do Italy since it's easier for her to get out there. What's up? Go for it. I'm working on it. I'm working on having a good paint session. And one of the places that, and I wasn't going to go. I've used up like all my vacation days. I don't get very many. I don't get very many vacation days considering how long I've been there. But that's, that's just part of the job, whatever. I'm like, I don't want you to go to Italy without me, but if you are going to go somewhere, go to Florence. Like, I don't have a big interest in going to Florence. I'm not saying I would hate to go to Florence, but if I'm going to Italy, that's not where I want to go. I want to go Rome or Herculaneum and, Pompeii, all that stuff. Not really interested in going to Florence stuff. I think Milan is the one that has a really good symbol. They have the Alfa Romeo symbol. The eating the Visconti family stuff. That's a cool symbol. That's a cool symbol. Which I thought was the Sforzas, but it's not the Sforzas. The Sforzas worked there, and I'm rusty on this. I haven't looked at this in 4 years, probably. But the Sforzas worked their way in with them. If I remember correctly, because the Viscontis died out or something like that, and the Sforzas took over. But they kept that whole snake devouring the person motif for Milan in the future. Which I believe that's why the Alfa Romeo has that symbol, because they're based in Milan. You got that shield split in half, because the Milanese symbol is like the Red Cross, like England. It's a red cross on a white background, and then they split that with the Visconti arms. I think it looks pretty cool. I like animals on motifs and things like that. I really like that. Your soccer team, no, not football. The soccer team emblem of England. I think it's spectacular. That should be a country. That's a shame that nobody's using that as a country. And yes, it's the whole Plantagenet thing, but it's cool on a blue lions on a white background. It looks great. Somebody needs an award named after them for designing that one. What if you took a poll? What do people like more? Lions rampant or en passant? I don't know. Do you like a lazy lion, or you like one that's uppity? Sometimes the en passant, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, the passive lion, the one that's stretched out, looks a little not lion-like. A little meow, you know? The old Wimbledon FC crest was brilliant. Oh, we're going to look that up. There's so many cool crests you can have that there's really no excuse for having a shitty one. All right, what is this? Wimbledon? Wimbledon. Wimbledon. Is that French? Wimbledon? Football club crest. I'm going to put old Wimbledon FC crest. Used until 2003, featured a stylized version of the Wimbledon Borough Arms. The crest included a double-headed eagle. Well, of course it's awesome. It has a double-headed eagle. You're preaching to the choir here. Of course that looked great. I don't know that there's a better symbol than a double-headed eagle. I'm just saying, it's almost like I know. My crest has a double-headed eagle on a yellow background or a gold background. Looks better in yellow. That looks Ukrainian, obviously because it's the Ukrainian color. Ukrainian colorish. Greetings from Iceland. Excellent. Oh, good. I get to say your name. Ben, hurry, change into your other character. Ben's alternative persona has a Viking type name. Bjorn. We all know what that one is. Bjorn. No, sir. I don't know what the accent on that U would be. Bjorn Nulfer. Excellent. Iceland has a good flag. I like all those Norwegian flags, all those Nordic flags. Went by my old neighborhood, and somebody bought a house in there and put a Norwegian flag on it. Which the Icelandic flag looks better. I like the blue background better than a red background with the navy blue cross through it. It's actually pronounced like Bjorn. All right, sorry, don't have my glasses on. Bjorn Ulver. Bjorn Ulver. Many English speakers get that wrong. Well, I'm a Spanish speaker too, but I speak 2 languages and make fun of about another 12, so I'm working on it. Welcome nonetheless. I bet your last name ends in son. Unless you're a girl, in which case it's Deuter. I didn't know about that. That's like crazy. That's super, super crazy. That, what's it called? A patrimony thing? Well, they used to do that in Spain. Not that many people know that, but that used to happen in medieval times in Spain. So if like your dad was Sancho Rodriguez, and you were his son, you would end up being a Sanchez, basically a son of Sancho. And then you would just, you'd like leapfrog. You would leapfrog the first name on the back name, and then your son would have his surname as your first, a version of your first name, and it was just like a leapfrog thing. At some point, they just said like, we need to put the mother's maiden name in there, and then it's just like fuck it. They just like screw it. Let's just be normal now, you know. It's more of an U instead of an O. Björn. 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 Well, it's more of a U, so write the U. Only the French can get away with that stuff. Come on, man. Björn. Okay, Björn. Björn Ulver. Björn Ulver. If you have a name, this has got to be really annoying. If you have a name that has, I know that's just your handle, but if you have a name that has all those special symbols, like whether you have an umlaut in your name, I don't know that anybody has an umlaut in their first name, in their proper first name. But anyways, if you have an umlaut or an accent, or if you have an ñ in your name, Ordóñez. If you had one of those symbols, it's got to be really annoying to live in a country where they just don't put those things in. You know, it's like there's a fairly common Spanish last name called Núñez. N-U, Ñ, so it's the N with the tilde on top of it. E-Z. It's a pretty common last name. That's the Spanish spelling out of it, and I believe the Portuguese spelling is Núñez with an S at the end of it instead of a Z. And it's really annoying to come here and they call you, oh, Núñez. Like, that's just totally different, dude. That's like, it's a totally different name. Like, you know. Oh boy, the accent. The O is like a mix between an O and a U. Oh, ooh, a U. That's your first name given at birth? Oh yeah, you can't come over to America, or they probably fucked that up in England too, you know? That's gotta be annoying. Like, they never write your, like for me, it's like they'll put my name down and I didn't get the name myself. I'm a junior. They don't put my junior in. Like, fuck you, you know? Like, I'm already named after somebody exactly. And the only thing that's different, you took that away from me. Like, put the junior down, bastard. Yeah, there was this show that my daughter used to watch. I'm sure you know which one it is. But it's either all filmed in Iceland or everybody on that show is from Iceland. And if you look at the credits, everybody is a son, double S-O-N, or a Deuter if they're female. Every single one of them. And it's like, how very odd, you know? It's just custom. Tony starting the Mongolian throat singing. Oh, fuck the... Okay, you can quote me on this. Fuck the Mongols. I hate those guys. Oh, I'd be banned in England. God, I hate the Mongols. And the thing I hate about the Mongols is there's some people that just genuinely love the Mongols. I'm like, all right, well, we'll burn your village next. And my people weren't even attacked by the Mongols. Like, they had to make it all the way through France to get to my people. You know what I'm saying? But not a Mongol fan. Your first name is... Oh, why would you put an accent on a Y? I don't know what to do. Go suck blood from your mare's neck or whatever the hell you primitive bastards do. damn mongoloid. Isn't that what it comes from? I didn't find this out. I didn't find this out until like a week ago. That those are terms that aren't used anymore. I do know that, but that they considered children that were handicapped, they would call them mongoloid. I would never have done that. Like that's like doesn't make any sense to me. But Tyr Grimson. Bjorn Tiergrimson. Bless you. Man, there could be they could have named an IKEA hutch after you or something like that. That's a cool spelling of a last name, but everybody would. That accent, they're going to lose that accent, you know? Is putting an accent on a Y not allowed in America? Oh, it's not about not being allowed. You know, it's about, it's just uncommon. You know, it's like you wouldn't even know. Like, for instance, let's take the French, for instance. Let's pick on the French for a while, right? The French have two bloody accents, and they go different ways, and I don't know how you pronounce one versus the other. I don't know. And then you got the Brazilians with you got that little goatee. You got the little goatee on the bottom of some letters. I don't know what you do with that. Now, it looks cool. You know, it looks like you're trying to do a heavy metal band. You know? Yeah, the only people that have, in the English language, the only people that have accents on something like Queensryche has they have an umlaut on the Y. You're just trying to be trendy there. But not an accent mark. I don't know what you'd do with that. It looks cool. Gotcha. Icelandic has one accent and it's quite hard for anyone else. Even our Nordic counterparts and the Swedes, I could pick it up if I went there. See, a lot of the things with the accents is some people don't care. Or some people are like, screw those guys, you're going to speak it. Like, no, I think it's cool that people's names are different. You know? I think it's neat. You know? Now, if you have a crest, we gotta go back around to the crest. Like, I could talk about heraldry all day long. If you have a crest that's lame, that's not cool. You know, but I had this guy that I know, we were talking about crest, and he came in and said, yeah, my crest is really lame, like a baker that got shot full of arrows. And I looked up his name, and sure enough, it's like a baker that got shot up with arrows. I'm like, wow, you did not get first pick on the names of when you came up with that. Let me see if I can find it. I should be able to find it. It's like the funniest thing. It's actually kind of cool. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Oh. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. It's a baker shot with arrow. Like, we're not eating that cake, you asshole, you know? It's a Polish surname. I guess they just ran out of stuff. Oh, this is the one that he showed me. This is the one that he showed me. This is the... It's kind of cool. You know, I don't want it to be my heraldry. I'll take the double-headed eagle all day long. Oh, man. Or Mitch's famous one. Where did it go? It had like this potted plant, but here's another version of it. Here's another plant. Is one of those a rutabaga? One of those might be a rutabaga. The look on his face, like he just accepted his cake. Yeah. Well, you should have baked a better cake, dude. You know? I mean, if you're a good baker, they're not going to want to kill you because they're going to want more cake, right? But if your cake sucks, like, get rid of that dude. It's probably a Mongol to put an arrow through him. Mongols fought the Poles, didn't they? Yeah. God, I hate the Mongols. Damn Klingons. Ugh. That doesn't mean I wouldn't have a Mongol army. They'd always just be the bad guys. Do I have Mongol troops? I think I do. And the most beautiful Mongol troops were the ones made by that company that went out of business. That the sculptor died. I never had any of his miniatures. What was his name? The Italian dude. Those miniatures were gorgeous, and the painter he had for them was excellent. What does my name mean? I don't know. I'm named after my dad. But if it was what I was talking about of days gone by, your first name would be unique. Your first name would be unique, but your last name in medieval Spain, your last name would be a descendancy form of your father's first name. So it kind of limited how many names there were because not everything works that way. But somebody whose last name was Rodriguez, their father of that person would be a Rodrigo. So, and I don't know for how long that went out. That might have been just like during the time period of El Cid, but I suspect that went through probably around the 1200s. I would imagine at least. So somewhere between the 8 to 1200s, that was kind of what they did. So, people who were in a lineage, they wouldn't all have the same surname. They would have like alternating surnames. Priceless one. Okay, I guess. People aren't really named for that stuff, though. I mean, it's. Do they have crests in Iceland? I don't know. There's probably a lot of stuff that's just like lost. Like, if you had like a descendant that was a Viking, right? Which there's a good chance that you did. He probably carried like some shield that like maybe he was into axes. So he liked this axe that had maybe like I don't know, a crown on the axe or some shit like that. He probably couldn't use a crown because you're not a king, but whatever. Something. And you'll never know because nothing was written down like that. And that's kind of like a shame that something like that was. One thing's for certain though, if you were like a Viking descendancy and you had like erectile dysfunction, you could create your own nickname and just be the so and so the boneless. That'd be cool. That's turning lemons into lemonade. Us Icelandics are named after either weapons of war, predatory animals, or gods. I prefer the first two. Because the first two are definitely for real. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. Björn the Boneless. Not good, man. He needs another prescription of Viagra. I'm not saying you have that problem. I'm just. I bet you. I bet you hate. Well, unless you're not really into history. But if you're kind of a history person, I bet you hated the Viking series because I didn't care for it. It had too much BS in it. Like I want to learn real stuff. You know. No, 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 no. I mean that, there's definitely weapons of war and there's definitely predatory animals. Gods, Norse gods, I'm of little faith. That's what I meant. And it's not that those names aren't cool. There's not people running around named Loki, are there? The god of chaos. Hey, you aren't one of the descendants of that black Viking queen, are you? The stuff that Hollyweird comes up with. All right, we need to get a little bit more on this one. We'll do the same thing with this one. We're gonna finish this one up to that same point. Of course, this is gonna need weathering on top of it. I am God's peace. Like my name means beowulf. I didn't know that. And my father's name is Tyrgrim, which means Tyr's mask, and Tyr is a god. My other friend is named Floki. I thought that guy was just made up for that show, which is taken from the god Loki. I thought Floki was just made from that show. Man, I haven't seen that in a long time, but I love quoting him. I love quoting him, not necessarily quoting the character, but saying things in the same way the character would have said things. I thought that was just a make believe thing for that character on that show. Yeah, I made it to the point where they besieged Paris, and then I just kind of I didn't like the main guy. I didn't like the guy that they cast as Ragnar. So again, if you're watching a show and somebody features prominently and you don't think it's a good cast, you're gonna have problems. It's gonna definitely it's gonna definitely affect your enjoyment of it. I wouldn't. I could tell you what. I wouldn't have liked it if I had Viking blood. I wouldn't have liked it. you know, I've been like, man, my people are not represented that way. Like, here's an opportunity to represent my, oh man, why did you go there, you know? Oh, so here's a question. And I don't know if you're into historical stuff or you're just coming by, but I'm into historical stuff. As someone who's a Viking person, what do you guys think of the Normans? Because I know people in the UK don't like the Normans. Um, somebody emailed me on one of my videos, and we had a little back and forth, a couple of comments, a couple of days ago actually, on an old video. And I basically said, like, I'm rooting for whoever's got the cooler armor. Like, if I'm playing a game, I'm rooting for whoever has the cooler armor. And I thought the Normans were armored pretty cool. Really love Travis. He didn't do it for me. Yeah, he didn't do it for me. I know, he just didn't like him. I like the guy that played his brother, even though he didn't seem Vikingish at all. Whatever his name is. The guy's Irish, I think. Big guy. Can't remember what his name is right now. It's been a while since I've seen it. Um, if you watch the movie The Northman, it's extremely accurate to our history. See, that's I want to watch that. I don't want to watch something that's inaccurate because then I have to dial things. I have to like that's the problem with inaccurate things is people will learn something and that might be the only thing that somebody learns about Vikings. So it's wrong. So now not only do you have information that people don't know about your people, but now you have to dial back wrong information. You have to retrain people. The Northman was great. All right, I'm going to write that one down. That's not the one where they come to America, is it? There's some movie that I saw where they come to America or whatever, and I don't want to see that. Not because I don't think they came to America, but no, actually they didn't come to America. It was called something. It came to Vinland. The Northmen. Okay. We don't exactly have a real issue with them. They were just Vikings and Norman. They're French, yeah. They're just Vikings that like to eat snails. I wasn't really a fan of nasal helms until I realized what everybody else was wearing, and I'm like, all right, they look a lot cooler than what everybody else was wearing. The one piece of armor that I always thought was ridiculous looking, and you'll see this a lot in like 100 Years War period or early 100 Years War period, is where they have this helmet. Well, it's like what the Frenchmen wore at the the Holy Grail on the top of the. We've already got one. It's very nice, which is basically the helmet that goes on a bassinet, right? No, not a bassinet. Man, I'm telling you, you don't look at this stuff for 4 or 5 years and you forget the stuff. It's got basically a front piece, but if you remove the front piece, it just looks like they've got this big penis head. And yeah, not a fan of that. You'll find who is it? Um, what's his name? The guy that died of the plague in the 100 Years' War. The Black Prince. The Black Prince is usually shown that way, wearing that. Northman's very great, almost completely accurate to names, culture, words, runes, weapons, everything on point. It's absolute story of Amleth, which is actually the original story of Hamlet, as Hamlet was heavily inspired by the story of Amleth. I'm not a Shakespearean fan, so I was tried to be made to read Hamlet, never did. So I don't have to unlearn that. You would hate the Berserkers and the Ulf. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. The armor they wore was just wolf or bear pelts, nothing else. Well, they could move fast. It's better than going into battle naked. Like, dude, I don't run around and, I don't run around my house naked. Why would I go into freaking battle? Like, through thistles and stuff. Like, nope. We've already got one that's very nice. The Northman. I want to say the cover of that has like some guy in like the mist, like a shadow holding an axe facing away from you, I think. See if I got that right. It certainly sounds familiar. I have not seen it. And probably would not have watched it had I not had a recommendation. Let's see. The Northman. North. Nope. No, I must be getting it confused with somebody else. All right, who's in this? Alexander Skarsgård. I wonder, have I seen him in something? Obviously, at least I got somebody with the right name. Nicole Kidman, Anna Taylor-Joy, Ethan Hawke, Willem Dafoe, the guy that all the Britannia figures was based on. The Northman. All right, where can we watch that? I don't think we have Peacock. No, I'll have to wait for it to come out. Oh, we may have Apple TV. $90 on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that that means anything. Cool. Yeah, the one thing I hated about, one thing that really bothered me about the Vikings was that they went to go take a city and it's like they got like 8 guys. Like, okay, I understand the other people are like, not badasses, but like, it's only 8 people. Vikings never had any tattoos. Huh. No, I'm not going to watch the trailer because the trailers ruin things. I'll definitely watch it. Especially you said it was accurate. I don't want to learn like fake shit. Someone had a meet with Phil Barker and he looks in good nick considering he's in his 90s. No, I didn't know there was a WRG Facebook group. Which one? I'm still in the DBA one, and then they created the DBA and Hot one. I wonder if all the people that got all these tattoos got them. Some of them got them because they thought the Vikings had them. And then they tell them, no, the Vikings never had them. Like, oh man, now what am I gonna do? Well, you just got to fool everybody else. I'm surprised to hear that because you would think that wouldn't be the case. Just another way Hollywood is twisting everything. Like the Celts and stuff, they had the woad stuff, but I don't think it was tattoos. I think it was like, you go and you take that bath that one time a year, you walk through that river, and that stuff will come off. I mean, eventually. I don't think it's like permanently like. That just seems like a bad idea. Like you're gonna get an infection, like ancient times. Like I'm not even really sure how it works, but damaging your dermis. This doesn't seem like a good idea. It's the WRG Wargaming discussion one. I'm not a member of that one. I guess I should join it. The word tattoo was never in any old Norse scriptures or sagas and was never talked about. No word for tattoo, ink in skin, or any mention of it, or shown in any runes or anything. Runes are cool. Runes are, Oh, Jeffrey get a kick out of this. I got this. Are they up here? Yep. You'll know what this is. I just got 2 of them. This is another army that I could have built, but honestly, I have the figures for it, but honestly, they're kind of. I'd really have to doctor them up. These guys. What do you get when you cross a Scot and a Viking? These folks. They're really cool. I know they're reproductions, but obviously. Let's be careful. It's not. We don't want nothing to happen to these. Made in Great Britain. Not just Britain. Great Britain. Make Britain great again. Hey, that's the proper use of that. Are they both armed in the same way? Yep, they both have a spear. Yeah, but this is like 12 stands of blades, right? They're all blades or something like that. Cool. Let's put them up. Let's put them up there one at a time. We don't want to have a fumble. Cute. Actually, all these figures are cute. Some of them look like they took an arrow to the, like they've been, touched in a way they didn't like. Not these guys. Some of them are a bit wide-eyed. A bit. Woo! Have a good one. I have to go catch salmon and hunt a reindeer for my little brothers. They've been craving it. Oh, well, we have grocery stores for that. The tribes in the northeast of Scotland, northeast, okay, did use tattoos. The Romans called them the painted people, or the pictoi. The pict glyphs look awesome. Almost all of them. Almost all of them are really cool looking. All right, I think it's time for some purple drink. Be right back. You know what that is? I'll bring it. Now we'll try it again with the volume on. Purple drink. There's this hip hop rap inspired restaurant in Clearwater Beach. No, in St. Petersburg Beach. that specialized in, this is true, and that specialized in sandwiches. Well, first of all, the whole building was purple. Let's start with that. And it was inspired by, I want to say, I don't know my rap guys. Any of you guys, even you, Jeffrey, knows more rap stuff than I do. Just so you know. So if you don't think you know a lot, I really don't know a lot. The place is called Faux Cheesy, and they had one thing that was one of the things like you had purple drank, like past tense. So we got this crystal light, and I'm like, oh, purple drank. The place wasn't very good. It was very greasy. It should have been called Faux Greasy. And it was all grilled cheese based type sandwiches. So there was like a standard one, and when they got kind of complicated or whatever. But I don't know my rap things. Maybe somebody young, like maybe Ben knows his rap guys. Let me pull this up. This is kind of this is interesting. They get points for originality. Faux Cheesy St. Pete Beach. Oh, now it's a food truck. Maybe they closed their... Twisted Melts. Yeah, this is the logo of their... But we really go on top and tangents here, don't we? TripAdvisor. Yeah, this is their logo. Makes me want to play Gaslands. Oh man, did they close the store? Come on, man. That had points for... They had a gold AK in there. I mean, it didn't work. Yeah, just too damn messy. Like those sandwiches they have up in the Northeast. Faux Cheesy, St. Pete. This is what the inside of the restaurant looked like. It was a cool place, man. It definitely got points for atmosphere. Here we go. This is what the front of the place looked like. Had a bunch of painted wrappers in there. Maybe Biggie Smalls. I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm not American. It's kind of cool. Anyhow. WRG Group, huh? WRG. Is it WRG 1685 to 1845? What's the name of the group? Art de la Guerre, the ripped off French rules. DBF, De Bellis Fantasiae. How do you even say that? All right, true question for those of you guys that still play that stuff. DBF shows up. Has it split the community? Are there people that are playing DBF, ex-DBA 3.0 players that are playing DBF? Are most people that play the historical stuff say, screw DBF, I'm happy with 3.0? I know there's people that are still want to play 2.2, which 2.2 is in no way superior to 3.0. None. Zero. There's some cool things that some other rule sets that were derived from DBA but won't admit it. Not mention any names, but they have an exclamation point at the end of their name. There's some cool things that they have. I don't think that they're better than 3.0. But the DBF show up, and some people are like dabbling in all three. I'm sure there's probably some people that just said, well, I'm going to go to DBF. There's probably some people that played Horde of the Things that like the old Horde of the Things that don't like DBF. I'm guessing it's probably split in thirds. I know it's not an official poll, but what's your feeling on it? No, the main one called WRG Wargaming Discussion Group. WRG Wargaming. Private. Well, let's see if I get invited. Like I'm going to go there and cause trouble. I'm not that person. I just don't want to. I don't want to play in tournaments again. I can't play DBA. I said I wasn't going to. I could play DBF. I'm not going to be the guy that knows everything that's going to run our group to play DBF. I don't want to play any tournaments. I don't want to keep scores. I don't want to do none of that shit. I don't know what the intentions of are the people that develop DBF. Of the three authors, it's funny, the one that I feel like I know the best, the one I've had the most interaction one is the one that doesn't live on our shores. I think his heart is in the right place. I don't know about the other two. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure Paul's heart's in the right place. But that's why I never played Hordes of the Things, because it wasn't the same as 2.2. And there were some things that were cool in it, but man, like it's frustrating to not do things right. And man, it's just very difficult to do something like that. I mean, me and my group already play hot with some DBA 3.0 throws mixed in, since there's weird stuff in 2.2 engine like the buttocks of death, which we ignore. Ah, yes. The problem with buttocks of death is it's all or nothing. And it's cheesy. But there's worse things than buttocks of death. Buttocks was death to just give yourself enough space. The other thing that probably the biggest change from 2.2, and I could get this wrong because it's been a long time since I've played 2.2, but that you can disengage from combat, right? In 2.2, you can disengage from combat. And some people probably like that. But I'm not a control freak. I like problems that you're screwed with. So as DBA goes on in 3.0, your pips are less and less important. Not always, but you know, at the beginning, everybody can move freely. But once you're engaged, you're engaged. You don't need a pip to keep those doing their thing. But you have to be open-minded. You can't be like, you know, if you're a rules designer, you're like, well, This game has an option to disengage from it, and I like that because I like to play that way. You realize that you probably don't have any control over those units if you're like the commander of the army. So not being able to pull them out of combat makes the game more realistic, but you don't want to go along with that because it's something that you don't want in a game. Well, then that's what I would call your heart's not in the right place. You know, you did download the 3.0 version of Hot, and that was on the go a few years ago. Yeah, I just wish we could all play one version. And then it be, you know. But you got one guy, I don't know if he still posts on there, one guy that would post all the time on the Fanaticus group. And every time DBA got mentioned, he would insert himself into the conversation. And he would always promote the other rule set. I don't know if the guys of the other rule set would have paid him money. No, they didn't. But for whatever reason, he wanted to be the... Yeah, there's some people that either they don't want to be part of the pack, they want to be the leader of the opposition. That's just exhausting. But he always wanted to promote the other rule set. If you did the same on the other rule set's website, they'd tell you to go fly a kite sideways up your ass. Not in those exact words. Those are my words. But so that's where I would have a problem with. I'm like, you know, hey, I don't have a problem with you promoting the other rule set. But and you got a couple guys. You got one guy that would just like, you know, would go round and round with creating issues where there weren't any. And one guy that I don't think ever played the rules the way it was intended. He was always trying to change everything. I have a feeling that we're going to have a problem here. I might actually... Yep. Yeah, I see this white underneath here, and it's not glued in. I just decided to take it apart the correct way. I want to get rid of that. Better to do it now than even later. See, I can actually see where the pegs are. It's actually not glued together. Well, it sure seemed like it was. And for whatever reason, this one was cast in white. Right? Think that any set of DB rules that tries to explain things in plain English is worth a try. Metadata cards they use is all the rules affecting unit type in one place. Stevie at Fanaticus is also MIA now for like 2 years. No word on even the DBF group he was a playtester for. And also had useful rule references and examples, both in the rules and in other places. I don't know the guy. Stevie needed a hobby. Stevie needed a hobby. I'm not saying he didn't bring up good points, but holy fuck, man, the guy liked to write. I'm not a writer. I'm not. And, you know, that motherfucker liked to write. Yeah, he's disappeared, so he's either been arrested or passed away or, you know. He's a relatively new guy, though. And I mean, but, you know, he wasn't around in Stevie wasn't around in 2.2 days. Or he didn't post. Jesus loves you, man. Hope you're having a good day. So far, yep. Hope you have a good day, too. How's that one saying I saw one time? I hope you have the day you deserve. That's kind of like, I don't know what you mean by that. I learned that Phil had a self-imposed rule about diagrams in text, and rules having to be of certain length, which is what caused Barkeries. I don't know. I think that he has a problem with punctuation. And again, I'll say it again. If you want people, if you're writing in a way that people can't understand how brilliant you are, and I really do think Phil Barker is brilliant. Not at explaining himself, but he's brilliant. And you can't explain yourself to, us commoners. Nobody's going to realize how good your rule set is because they're going to give up. And it's not the words that he uses. It's that, dude, like, you're adding too many, it's basically the same way. It's in a similar way that people write out laws, which just basically cause apathy in most people. Like, I can't understand this. I've read this 4 times and I can't come up to the right thing. And just everybody just gives up on it. So your brilliance isn't being shown to other people. Now, he can write the rules however the hell he wants, but I'm tired of suffering, and you may not agree with me, but I think I'm smarter than the average person. I mean, that's not saying a whole lot, okay? But I've never played a game as complicated as DBA. So hard to get right. I'm still getting stuff wrong, and I want to get it right. It's not like I'm getting it wrong, and I don't care. I want to play it my way. That's not my thing at all, Hope you're having a good day, even if you don't deserve it. Oh, well, that's very kind. What am I putting together? Oh, this is World War II stuff, man. These are Soviet land battleships. I'm glad I pulled this thing off. Again, it's peace of mind being able to not have an agenda like, man, I got to get these done by next weekend. Nope. Nope, we're not in that. That's actually a big contributing factor of why I don't do DBA anymore, is the rush. There's like 4 or 5 things, and they all have pretty big weight to them. But let's say I decided, I thought for a while, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to do a new DBA army, right? And I think about it, like, what am I going to do that I'm going to work on the next 5 months? Like, all right, let's do pre-feudal Scots, okay? That'll be an opportunity to paint some different patterns on clothing and do something different and make a potentially boring looking army that most people would paint in a very boring fashion and make them look interesting. Learn about some Scottish history along the way. Look at some pictures that I don't normally look at. I don't mean anything inappropriate. I just mean like Scottish stuff, Like, but the problem is, even with having 5 or 6 or 4 months to work on something, I feel like I'm cutting it down to the last minute trying to get it done. And it's extremely stressful. And then you go and do that for an event that the same 4 cats show up at, because no matter how many viewers we have, no matter how many videos we make, it helps people all over the world, but we don't get more players in our area. I think the most we've ever gotten is 12, maybe 14 once. You just can't get over that. Because one guy shows up, some people are regulars, they're there every time, that's 3 or 4 people, and then you've got a guy that'll show up, so that gets you up to 6, and then you get a new person, so you think you're going to get up, but that one guy shows up almost all the time wasn't there, so now you're back down to 6 again. It's just really frustrating to put that much kind of effort into stuff, and it's not rewarded, And I don't mean monetarily, I mean just like for your soul. Like, it's not, And then on top of that, you do this video and, you paint this army and it doesn't do well. That's kind of frustrating, but it's not the end of the world, because it's not like I don't get to come back home with them, or it's not like I don't like how they turned out, right? But it is frustrating. The Hungarian dirtbags can't fight their way out of a paper bag, Steiner is here. Paint a German tank soldat. You're more into World War II aircraft. That's the one I'm the least interested in. Because I haven't played a lot of World War II flying games. That's why. I got a lot of German tanks. But you know what? I like German tanks as much as anybody else. But I get really tired of when I see is German tank, German, 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 and nothing else. It's like they need other people to fight too, you know? So I actually like doing the Soviets and the Americans because they don't get the same kind of respect. And I think it's really, this is a bad example with these, but I think you can make boring looking tanks look really interesting. So I take it kind of as a challenge. This isn't really the case because these vehicles are definitely underused in how they look. There's not a lot of markings or slogans or nothing on these damn things, but that's just how they were. These, you know, communism doesn't exactly promote creativity in the arts. But yeah, aircraft is definitely the thing I'm the weakest on because, you know, I like to participate, and it's hard to get aircraft on the tabletop. And without being offensive, now this isn't offensive, this is just my opinion. You know how I say there's not a lot of World War II vehicles I dislike? There's a lot of World War II aircraft I don't like, and I would never build a model of them. And that's probably not fair either, but there's a lot of World War II aircraft I don't like. I would almost say I dislike most World War II aircraft. Almost. It's probably equal number, which I have a hard time finding vehicles I don't like. Right, what is it, like 5 or 6 maybe of all of them? You know, I'm not saying they're my favorite. They're my, you know, like I don't like an M3 Lee tank. It's an ugly vehicle, but I would not build one, you know. You paint mostly Japanese models. Well, Japanese tanks make Italian tanks seem like they're great. I haven't gotten in the Pacific much. Now, naval, I had a lot of Japanese naval ships, and I had a lot of everybody's naval ships. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of aircraft I don't like, and it has nothing to do with whether or not they're good. Just aesthetically, like there's a lot of. I don't know if I wouldn't build any of them. Hellcats. I don't like. As a general rule, I don't like radial engined aircraft. I don't like radial engined, single engined aircraft as a general rule. And the Hellcats, I don't like the lines of a Hellcat. I know they were effective as shit. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, that's fine. I won't build one. Mainly because they were painted in that gloss blue. Like, okay, that's boring. Like, you could have done so much better. When am I going to get that Messerschmitt done? Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Got that crashed Messerschmitt. I need to seal it. Next time I seal, I'll seal it and we'll move on to the next stage, which is doing the drippings and stuff. I'm not going to do the inside. Is it visible? No. No. Okay. Good. Well, this solved the problem. I'm glad I was able to I took the plunge and decided to break it off. Now, which way's forward? The one with the little box goes towards the front. And I'm not going to glue it in. Because I may remove this when it's time to paint the track just to make it quicker. Now, that's the primer. Let's not get confused. It just means I got to rinse the brush. It's not a huge problem, but there's a lot of Japanese aircraft that are unattractive. There's a lot of Japanese aircraft that are attractive, though, regardless of how good they are. There is a twin, I think it's twin engine. I don't think it's three engined. There's a twin engine Japanese aircraft that's beautiful. I don't remember which one it is. Or I like it. Regardless of performance. Performance isn't important. I got a book on aircraft. Book time with Tony. I don't go through there and look at that stuff, I guess. But the biggest thing that bugs me about World War II aircraft is this whole insistence. Everywhere you look, you see Zeros being referred to as Zeeks. Never have I ever read an account that plane was referred to as a Zeke. Ever. Never, never, ever. It probably happened. I've never read an account of it. It's such a weird thing. So I was doing a little bit of I was getting my feet wet in the Philippines. This idea that I'm going to do the Philippines and I could double down doing it in 44 and 42, or at least paint some models for it. And I'm like, let's see what kind of Japanese aircraft were the Philippines. Holy ugly. And I'm talking about the invasion of it. Man, there's some ugly, ugly planes. Because it's really the Japanese Army that's the problem. The Japanese Navy planes all pretty much look good. Zero's a good looking plane. I like the way Kates look. Kates is, I didn't say they were any good. I didn't say they weren't any good either. Just Kates, Vals don't look bad. I think Kates look sleek. But the Japanese aircraft, they have a bunch of aircraft that invaded the Philippines. They attacked the Philippines upon invasion I've never heard of before. And I've never seen before. Now, I'm not talking about Nates. I know about Nates. I've flown Nate missions a few times. What was it? Aces of the Pacific? 2 7.7 machine guns, man. Try bringing down an armored plane with that. You're going to go through all your ammo. Oh. I joined. Oh, there's Phil. This is how you know somebody is from Britain. They start off a sentence with firstly. Nobody in the United States would do that. I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I'm just saying we don't speak that way. For better or for worse. C Strike, but WRG. Yeah, see, I never played a WRG game until I played DBA in 2004. Japanese invasion of. I have such a hard time writing Philippines. I want to put two L's. Okay, I believe it's on the Wikipedia page that actually gave me. Here's the thing that surprised me is the amount of troops that were in defending. Like there was a lot of troops that were defending. Like there was more tanks defending than tanks attacking. You love Sea Strike? It actually looked pretty decent. I mean, as a kid, I wouldn't be able to handle that kind of writing backwards. The back that Barkerese when I'm like 8. Oh my god. One of these has all these planes listed. Okay. The Air Fleet. Betties, Nells, and Zeros. What's a Nell look like? Like a little bit. It's like a little Betty, isn't it? Nell's a good looking aircraft. Didn't say they were worth a damn. A Nell's a good looking aircraft. The 2 battalions of M3 light tanks. I got an M3 that needs to be repainted. I think it's a Honey though, so I'm kind of up a creek with that. Okay, where does it talk about the Japanese aircraft? Okay, how about we do this? Japanese aircraft. I mean, it's funny because, like, I know all the Soviet and the German aircraft and the British aircraft. And I guess the American aircraft. But the Japanese aircraft, I don't know what the hell they are. You know, I found this article one time and it listed all this stuff. Japanese aircraft, Philippines invasion. Is this not on? Okay, here we go. The Army's 5th Air Group consisted of 2 fighter regiments, 2 light bomber regiments, and a heavy bomber regiment. 192 aircraft. KI-21 Sally. That looks like a B-26. It's like a Japanese B-26. Okay? Great. I went back and I lost my spot. I hate that. I hate that. I go back and I lost where the hell I was at. And I was exactly where I needed to be. Here it is. I'm going to write this down. 76 Sallies. Okay. KI-48 Lily. Never heard of a Lily. KI-30 Anne. That's an aggressive sounding name. 36 Nates. We know about the Nates. They look like shit. 19 KI-15 Babs. That sounds like it's a two. Whatchamacallit? A biplane. And KI-36 Idas. All right, now we can look what the hell a Lily is. KI-48 Lily. Images. It looks like an Avenger-ish. I guess this one was captured by the Chinese. It's kind of unattractive. KI-30 Anne. That looks weird. What do you get when you cross a Val and a Kate? This thing. Got the wheels on the outside of the... That's weird. Weird. KI-15 Babs. This has got to be an observation plane. And then Ida. God, this thing's ugly. It's like a trainer. Wow. Okay, well, that's food for the future. Oh, well, how's that jail cell there, Marcus? Man, when are you coming back? They send you over there to make the coffee at the coffee shop? You involved in one of those protests? We need to send some of those rooftop Koreans to come liberate your ass? Well, I do have a Hago that I painted. Marcus gave me some cool ass. Yeah, Mark, you've missed all kinds of stuff. I even pulled out some Japanese names, some Japanese surnames for these Japanese guys that you gave me. I better stop talking about it. I'm going to end up dumping this and start working on Japanese stuff, which there's nothing wrong with, but I need to finish this. This is why I don't do DBA anymore. Like I may want to do Japanese next. But I got one Hago done. I have another Hago that's not a very good model. The one that I have done is not a very good model. It looks decent, but the model's garbage. And a self-propelled gun, which I believe is either a Honu or a Honi. I think a Honi is actually a half-track. I think the half-track is the Honi. I think the Honu is the... It's got like a short 75 in it. Probably still have 2 weeks to go. What? Trying to get some stability with staff and make some positive changes to menu and looks of the joint. You have a lot of respect for coffee shop people. Okay, well let me give you my tips as somebody who goes to coffee shops frequently. All right. When you have different sizes and you make trendy names for them, don't make the shortest one called tall. Okay. Which is the tall one? The shortest one? What? Get the hell out of here. So you're still trying to do your other duties as well? Oh, you know where you need to go? I'll tell you where you need to go. I'm going to guess that your coffee shop is somewhere in the Los Angeles area or Orange County. You need to go to Brookhurst Hobbies while you're out there. Keep it simple, small and large. Yeah. You need to go to Brookhurst Hobbies while you're out there. Even if you don't buy anything. Working around the clock. That's just depressing. Shit, I can't complain about this week. I shouldn't complain about this week. Anyway, so you gave me a squad of early American soldiers. I think I'm going to use those for the Philippines. They wore like that really like the khaki, like the, this color type uniform. Right, with like a dark green helmet. I got lots of Japs. I'm sorry, Nips. I don't like call them Japs. Japs means something else. Nips. Madam, Starbucks has smaller than tall. They do? It's actually short next to the next size down. Well, yeah, the Starbucks size is just crazy. Tall is the shortest one. Grande isn't the biggest one. Grande should be the biggest size. It's Grande. Everybody knows what Grande is. When they named the Rio Grande, they weren't like, oh, this river, it's like the medium-sized one, so let's call it Grande. Like, what's wrong with you, man? Venti, I guess is similar to veinte, which means 20, and I think it's about 20 ounces. But I think it's actually, I don't know if it is or not. And Trenta, well, that's just flat out 30, and it's actually 31 ounces. Like, you tell that mermaid to get lost. West Hollywood, I've been to Brookhurst before. Closer to the OC. West Hollywood. Well, tell all those famous people I said hi. I'm tight with famous people. Somebody asked one time, "Who's the most famous person you've ever met?" Phil Barker. And I'm fine keeping it that way. Grande is large. Venti is 20 from Latin, I think. Yeah, it's got to be similar. Same root. Italian, not Latin. In West Hollywood, he's got to use Latin names. West Hollywood, okay. Man, that's like front row tickets to that fire that you guys had over there. Anyway, so I did a list of Japanese surnames. I went and listed the most common ones. And I'm just not going to use people that are famous. I'm not going to use a Yamamoto. Apparently, I will not have a Yamamoto guy. It always bugs me that people go, "Oh yeah, that big Japanese battleship, the Yamamoto." I'm like, no, that's the admiral. I'm not going to have a Yamamoto, or I'm not going to have Watanabe. Oh, you mean you named him after the actor? No, it's actually a really common name. Nah, you're just original. Couldn't come up with any names. I'm like, yeah, we're not having this conversation. No Watanabe. Sorry, I like that guy, but nope. I'm definitely going to have a Takashita. And the sniper is going to be called Uno, which will be really handy if he's the only guy on the board. Shoot somebody. Uno! I just got a notification because there's actually a Facebook group for it, even though I already created a Facebook group for it because I thought the rules were dead. I figured at some point I'm going to start doing games for Face of Battle, but the owners created their own Face of Battle group, that's fine. I won't use mine then. But they listed that the data stuff for the Germans is out. So I asked them on that group. I said, "So when any plans for Japanese and Italian?" Because I have the modules to have. I have the original version one of the Germans and the Russians and the Americans and the British and the French. So I don't need those. I probably don't need any of them. I could probably come up with my own data. But regardless, any plans of doing Japanese or Italian? He's like, "Well, the Russians are next, and then the British and Americans." I'm like, okay, well, I guess it'll probably depending on how they sell, but if they never make data for the Italians, I can figure out what the number should be. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm actually scared to see if they took the percentile out of it, because that would be boring. Then you have a bunch of numbers that are all the same number. Then it'd be like it wouldn't matter if this tank was this one or this one was this one. They would all have the same number, even though they're significantly different. Ichi Uno sounds like something they make cream for. What paint is on the shelf behind the Army Painter tones? Big bottles. This is just craft crap. This just happens to be where I keep my craft paint. And it seems like I got a lot, but I do have a lot of paint, but it's not here. See if I can knock something down. This is all the Vallejo stuff. And I still have stuff like the ammo MiGs. They come in like little packs that, like they're out in the garage, pre things packs. So yeah, Vallejo's still the best one. I mean, if I can only have one paint brand, it's Vallejo. Some people swear by the AK stuff. There's nowhere local to get the AK. I don't need to replace any of these colors. I got these from Brookhurst Hobbies back when I sold my stuff I wasn't using, my Battletech, my 1/2400 scale ships. I used those monies to buy those paints, and some of them I've replaced because they're colors I use, and some of them I've probably never used. There's colors here I've probably never used. If I painted fantasy, I probably would use them, but you know, I've probably used some of them at least once. But like, here's a pretty useless color. Nope, that's not the one. Ice yellow. There's a color called ice yellow. It's pretty different. Here's a useless color. Yellow green. This should be named neon fuck. I mean, it's like, I think the only time I ever pulled it out was to put the top of to paint it, which that sounded like a good idea. And then I'm like, no, we're just going to put the ends in. That's a pretty damn useless color. This one's pretty useless too. Lime green. But, you got to source it with things that are available. There's 2 stores locally that carry this. One of them carries the full line of this and the Army paint. Army painters are in here as well. I don't have very many of them. The colors are nice. They just don't cover worth a damn. And I'm not using... This is a beautiful yellow. But this Phoenix Flames, but it's, that's a bad example. Nobody's yellow covers well. But some of the other ones, like I got a werewolf fur and stuff like here, they're finicky compared to Vallejo. If Vallejo never got created, I'd probably just have all those because they work well enough. Citadel's really nice colors, but the names are useless. Sometimes outside they're and their paint can cause disasters. I got this Iron Warriors on my armored car on it by accident. I got like a big goop. I came back. I'm like, what the hell is this all about? So I gotta go take a leak. I'll be right back. Marcus, did you ever see, I think it was Friday night, I had some coffee and I got really excited about that article that I found out about the Battle of Verba that these guys took part in. You watch any of that? That would have been totally down your interest level. That's why I'm working on this stuff. Like, I've got these, they're taking up space here. We need to move them. We need to move them somewhere else. This is taking forever, but it's just par for the course, you know. I didn't see it, but I read that article you sent me via Messenger. Okay, it's the same one. I got excited about it, and I had my commentary on it. I ended up getting the Kindle book yesterday, that Fallen Giants one, and it elaborates more on it. Yeah, the thing about coffee, I drink coffee for the energy. I don't know that I like the taste of it. The problem is to make it taste okay, you have to put a lot of sugar, which for those of us that are, I'm not going to say out of shape, we're in the wrong shape. Adding sugar and stuff to it just slows you down. So you drink the coffee to pick you up, and the other stuff slows you down. So I don't put sugar and stuff in things. I'm I'm not a fan of sugar, and I don't hate the taste of coffee unless it's chicory or chai. I hate chai. God, I hate chai. It makes you want to punch somebody. Chicory is just as bad. Chai is like the curry of coffee, I guess. But I love curry. I don't like chai. I don't like chai. That's okay. Don't make a coffee shop that just has chai stuff and expect me to come visit. I also don't drink anything warm. It's always iced coffee for me, all the time. I don't care what the temperature is outside. Okay. With that said, all those bloody rivets are done. And I was going to paint all these tanks like the ones that were there, but you know, there's one that had the only one that had numbers on it was 14. I'm like, well, I got to do 14 because at least, I mean, I could have done 13. I'm like, well, let me just put 14. It is in an awkward place, but like there's no red star on it. This one's the one that has the little white triangles on it, and there's no red star on it. I mean, it's like a missed opportunity, but I don't want to start being super inventive. I didn't want to be super, start pulling things out of that just didn't exist. Okay, the turret. Let's use this. This seems to work okay. There's a small coffee shop around the corner from here. I mean, I make my own coffee here. But if I want to get it out, I would sometimes would go to that place. I stopped going to it because their coffee's terrible. And it's an artsy kind of place. It looks kind of actually has no seating space in it at all. I think it's a chain, but it's a small chain. I don't think it's a. I think it's a local chain. And this group of this community that I live in, they're always like saying, we want independent places, we don't want chains. And I started thinking about it. Why there's so many chains and such little independent places? And I'm going to take an uneducated guess. And my uneducated guess is that there's so many regulations and bullshit that get put on businesses that have to do things a certain way, regardless of paying your taxes. There's all kinds of stuff that businesses have to do that if you're trying to start your own business, maybe I want to start my own business doing X. I'm discouraged, and I've talked about this before. I'm personally am discouraged from doing that because I'm just afraid of trying to do the right thing and it's not good enough. So you're like, let's say you want to start a business, but you don't know what permits you need, or you don't know how to do marketing for your thing, or you don't know how to do this, or you don't know how to, when somebody asks for this much leave, how much you have to give them, and how much you have to, all this kind of stuff. So if you have a chain, I'm guessing, there's an expert of that chain, if it's a successful chain, that already, you have resources that somebody can point you in the direction of doing those type of things so that you don't inadvertently break the law. Okay? And I'm just saying if you're trying to be an honest person, like, okay, we got to manage, we got to treat people right, we got to pay them right, we got money in, money out, we got to pay our taxes. Okay, what else do you need? Oh, there's probably a whole litany of things that you never even thought about. You got to have this one poster on this wall that's near the wash station. The wash station can't be near where there's food because it gets cross-contaminated. You got, all that stuff that there is no way in fucking hell you would know how to do all that stuff. And every year there's probably more of it. And, man, I'm wound up and I'm not even drinking caffeine. But all that stuff that would just be overwhelming for a mom and pop to start unless they got grandfathered in, unless it's some business that their father had or whatever. And it's just a matter of like, okay, all of this works and this is working well. What else changed from this last year? Just starting from scratch would just be overwhelming. There's a value to pull administrative functions and purchasing across multiple locations. I just think it would be completely overwhelming. All of this stuff that doesn't necessarily, that's part of overhead. Anybody who's good at like math can go, all right, it costs this much for rent, it costs this much for the beans, it costs this much for labor, it costs this much for whatever else, electricity. What do we need to sell? What do we need to sell the coffee at to break even, right? But there's a whole bunch of other things I didn't mention. That how would you even know to do those things? I would be overwhelmed. It would just absolutely overwhelm. I'd be afraid of doing it. I'm like, no, I got to work for somebody else. So. Are you there with other people that are of your investment level, or is it just you trying to fight back the Huns? Like you just have basically, are you the only officer there? Hopefully you're not the only officer there. It's totally overwhelmed. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm the only partner, although I'm meeting with a potential partner today. I'm working with a young person that we just promoted to general manager. He comes from a resident restaurant business family. Yeah, that's. I can't imagine. I mean, I'm a good worker, but it gets to a point where I can't fight every fire all the time. I literally would probably commit a crime just to get away from it. I just couldn't do it. I'd go crazy. I'd go crazy. I'd go absolutely crazy. I'd have to start like, mowing the lawns or something like that with just me. I got one guy I was talking to. He's a young guy. He's like, "Yeah, I don't want to. I want to own my own business someday." And I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Oh, look at all this money I could be making." I was like, "Look at all these fucking problems that you don't have." Like, I basically don't think about what I do for a living while I'm not there. I don't know that I could trade that. I don't want to. Of course, I don't have one of these positions. It's the vice presidents of all vice presidents of vice presidents. Like these people that are like title seekers. Like, I don't give a shit. Oh, I closed this too soon. But some people are driven by that. It just I see the problems that come along with that. I mean, I don't want to be the guy that cleans the freaking toilets, you know? And I don't want to do something that just doesn't involve any thinking. That's just procedure. But man, I can't be thinking about something that's not my. I just can't be thinking about my job 24/7. I go crazy. I go crazy. Missing our hobby. I think this will be my longest time away from it in 5 years. Well, as long as you don't forget how to, you know, the most important, one of the most important parts of this hobby is that you can talk about it with somebody. Now, I know some of you guys can't really, there's not the back and forth because of this venue, but at least I can unclog my thoughts with you guys. As I can't do that I can't do that on a daily basis. Well, I can because I'm on here every day, but I can't be like, "Hey, I saw something really cool about the Fahrzeugs." The what? And then nobody knows what I'm talking about. I may have to add more details to these things. They're dreadfully plain. And these guys don't have any radios. How did this tank, if it's riding next to the other tank, how do they refer to each other? Okay, big tank with white triangle here next to you. Do you spot any targets? Okay, this is white 14 coming. I'm over behind you. Okay, I'm two dashed lines with no other markings. It's like, you know, like, and I was working on one of Chad's 3D prints back in NYC. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is like I wouldn't know where to begin. Let's assume that I did want to do that. Now, where would you begin? Okay, this is, I believe, the white turret. One of the white ones. White. I guess you just I'd probably watch a YouTube video. Hopefully, it don't give me any wrong information. Have some mistakes made, and hopefully they're not costly. I can learn from them. Old Chad, is he back from vacation, or was it through the? I want to say it was like through the end of June, wasn't it? Not vacation. He's got some summer job or something like that. I gotta put a dent on this stuff before I get any more stuff from him. And I'm his biggest fan. He does great work, but I'm getting a bit encumbered by the stuff that I've already have from him that isn't finished. So I think today we're going to be working on the garage a little bit, making some room in there. Do it while the car is in the garage. It's out in the getting air conditioning. Nothing major, but you know they couldn't get it finished on Saturday, so. Our young team knows the coffee operations pretty good, and the manager knows the health side. I just need to work with them on the business management side. It's a good team, though. California wages are probably really high, too. You should pay yourself California wages while you're over there. The question is when you go back to breakfast duty, is your daughter going to be happy or she's like, man, I wish mom could continue cooking? Oh, still got a little bit more to do. Our starting rate is 1750. That's not terrible. That's not terribly high. Yeah, I remember my first job was 315 an hour or something like that, which might actually have been more money than 1750 is now. The thing is even if it wasn't enough money for due to inflation. If you don't have like, there's so many luxury items that everybody's used to having, that if you don't have them, you just feel like you're in, you know, you're being taken advantage of. Like a cell phone. Like everybody has a cell phone. Homeless people have cell phones. I've seen them make calls on cell phones. You know, we didn't have cell phones when I worked at, in the 80s. So that's another cost you didn't have to have. Or you didn't feel like you had to have. Hope she'll miss mom. Mom is a much better cook. Just what you need. Okay, I'm finally home. Oh man, Dad, why'd you have to come back? If you would have gone in the summertime, would your daughter have gone with you? Oh, let me call my daughter and I'll show you how this is done. Man, see, what is it? May. Somebody told me we're in May. No, I'm not paying attention. I'm literally like, sometimes I feel like I'm taking one day at a time. Well, it still doesn't make sense why you don't know it's May. Unfortunately, not. Her gymnastics schedule gets even more intense in the summertime. She'd definitely teach me some marketing game, Instagram and TikTok. I don't know shit about Actually, I don't know shit about either one of the two. Facebook's the one I know well, or know the best. Although I'm still annoyed that sometimes you can't see stuff. You go and you click on something and it's like really quick. Oh, I want to click, and then you accidentally hit back, so then you go back, it's gone. Like you gotta have seen really quick what page it was on, and Instagram is just a mess. Like you'll see things and you can't tell if there's other things behind it. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that. TikTok, I've never used TikTok. Honestly, regardless of what you think about TikTok, I think some of those videos that are too short, they're ADD causing. Like I don't have ADD. I'm pretty patient. I don't like being I don't mind a video being long. Not this, oh, can't be 6 seconds. That's too long. Like, man, you're going to give conditions in people. People are getting conditioned to not have this short attention span. How are they going to be able to do jobs? I don't like going on platforms that I consider having a lot of noise, like a lot of like dancing chimps or something out here that's you can't figure out what's real and what's advertising, and a lot of stuff that runs a lot of interference. The example I always use is like the Weather Channel. Like I don't ever go on the Weather Channel. There's just too much like dancing chimps and things that aren't important. Too much advertising that's constantly moving, all vying for your attention, driving you crazy all at the same time. Yeah, I don't watch the short videos either. No. They're too short, you know. And there's too many things that are just. Let's just face it, it's garbage. You know, there's too many attention whores. I was watching something the other day, and somebody's comment was, "Oh, there you are, and they're an attention whore." I'm like, man, I thought I came up with that term, and I did in my mind. Like I didn't hear it from somebody else. I created it for myself first. Attention whore. Okay, I think we do. If we do, once we do the washing on this little turret, this thing is done at this stage. So I guess we got to paint the track. Yeah, I said I was going to finish this one all the way. So I want to get these things off my desk. So I want to finish these four, even though this is pretty damn tedious at this point. But okay, that's this little turret. All right. The top does come off the bottom, doesn't it? I don't think I glued it down. I don't think I glued it down. You remove this just for speed. All right, we're going to get the German dark chocolate brown, whatever the hell it's called. SS Camo Black, German Camo Black. Get a brush that's not extremely small. And paint the tracks. And then we can do weathering. Although that's probably going to be for another day. I'm already feeling in my neck. Or another time, not necessarily another day, another time. Although I'm pretty sure I got to do some unfun stuff today. Stuff in 1-to-1 scale. It's funny that some of the stuff that I like to paint the least is real stuff in 1-to-1 scale. It doesn't have any creativity or any of that stuff, and you make a mess too. Might not be a huge mess, but it's a mess. Like, if you're painting the ceiling, God help you. Okay, that one's done. We can go ahead and close this side. Now this thing didn't have a whole lot of armor, but it's got a lot more armor than the Fartzoig. You're gonna help paint our shop next week. Strangely, I'm looking forward to that. Are you renaming it, or just redoing the logo, or just giving it a facelift, or all of the above? Just to clean up, the name works. Oh, I gotta check up on somebody. Be right back. Okay. Just to clean up, the name works. That'd be the only thing I'd want to do. But having my own business is coming up with a name for it. But you probably got one that already had a name. One of my favorite name things. I'm sorry, I have to have something to eat. I'm dying. One of my favorite things I ever saw. We were sitting at this place that we used to go to lunch at work. And this van driving around the parking lot. On the headliner, meaning the top of the window, I can't remember if it was backwards or not. You know, backwards, like when you see it behind your rear view mirror, it's reversed, like ambulance sometimes is. The front of the ambulance says ambulance, and I've seen it backwards, so that when you see it in the rear view mirror, you can read it. Rocket ship coffee. Dude, I could think of that. That definitely deserves to have some kind of like Buck Rogers. No, not Buck Rogers. Who's the other one? The Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon type of motif with like this stainless steel type rocket. But I'm sitting in this restaurant, and there's this van driving around the parking lot, looking to be he was just passing through, and on the headliner it says, "Caution, blind man driving." And you look at the side of his, because it was a panel van, and he turns around and it says the name of his business was The Blind Man, and he does like blinds, but it catches your attention. Then there's this other guys that cut grass, and it's called Lawn Enforcement Agency, and they have they've got a motif like a sheriff. It looks like the sheriff, the logo or something like that. I'm like, that's pretty cool, man. When people put things like that, you know. So you don't have the sizes of your coffees named after different rocket ships? Sorry, I don't want to create more work for you. I'm going to check it out here in a second. It's got a good rating, 4.6. See, this is the floor that I don't like mandating things, but if I had to mandate things, that every restaurant would have to have this kind of a floor. Poured concrete, smooth, and just a stain on it. That's it. Like, not carpeting, restaurants shouldn't have carpeting. Place looks really clean, nice and bright. That's cool. Are bathrooms for customers only, or they allow just anybody off the streets to use the bathroom? I think that's a problem in California. Space Jam Latte. Have you tried your hand at making some of the drinks? You know what add in I like? Lavender. It's actually really cool. It really, I mean, I wouldn't want it in everything, but it definitely elevates the taste profile. Ooh, artsy. Artsy talk. There's a little coffee shop that's on the way to my brother's house in St. Augustine that that has stuff like that. Rose ginger. Okay. Ginger. Ginger's one of those things I didn't like that much. And I really like it now. Maybe not in everything, but ginger's kind of like wasabi. Well, I've always liked wasabi, but it's one of those that it's really strong. If you get a big whatever of it, it's like, bam, you know? All right. Now we do the weathering. And now we do some of the weathering. Where is US Field Drab? Just like before. This one doesn't have drippings. We need to cut them. And this is the stuff from the Hobby Lobby, the white thing, not the white board. How did I do this one? That's the only way. That's the only thing I don't like about what I do with the stands. I wish there was a way that I wouldn't have to put the goop on after it was on there, or put it on and then after it dries, cut it out and remove it. I wish there was a better. I don't like either one of those two methods. You just need a hint, like lemon or lime. Yeah, I don't really dislike any flavors other than that bloody chai. Ugh. Makes you want to punch an ugly baby. I said ugly, not just any baby. Jeez. Makes you want to punch baby Hitler. Well, no, that's actually be kind of addictive. I said that to my wife one time. You'd punch baby Hitler? I said, yep, every fucking time. Into the ground. You got to make sure it's baby Hitler, you know. Can't just be some other baby. That's not cool. See if I remember how to do that, because it's been a long time since I've weathered in this color. Seems like it. Oh, I didn't do the trap. Well, let's see what it looks like. I'm not doing it and see if I could even tell the difference. That's our coffee maker. We have one of those Nespresso things. It's not cost effective if you're going to have a lot of coffee, but just for having a one-off, it tastes pretty good. You don't have to put any cream or anything in it. Astronaut loyally scream. Space Cadet. Space Cadet Kids Meals. Yeah, let's just give him all. Let's just go ahead and give him all the bad advice he's never heard of before. Was space stuff and astronaut things popular in England when you were a kid? I'm sorry, Britain, when you were a kid, Jeffrey? It wasn't that much for me because the moon landing had already supposedly happened. No, I'm not a moon landing denier. I also didn't grow up really in a period where I think that cowboy and Indian stuff was really popular. I think that had already passed. Thank goodness, because that just doesn't interest me. Yeah, we'll give you a free copy if you've been to the moon. Wow. I thought the Starbucks reward program had gotten pretty low. And not if you moon us. I know that's a Scottish thing. According to everything I read about in movies. I never understand mooning. Let me take my pants off, show you my bottom side, and somehow it's embarrassing for you. I definitely come up with somebody definitely intoxicated came up with that. That makes no sense. You can have a drink called the Moonbeam, though. Moonbean. The best cup of coffee I've ever gotten, and probably will ever have, was in this place in Connecticut. I don't even know what kind of coffee it was. Holy shit, that was good. And yeah, it had all. I'm not gonna say it had all the fixings. That makes it sound like it was just covered in this sweet shit. But it had creamer and it had. That was incredible. Marcus has to come back in to take part in a really short protest. I know a couple businesses here in town that I don't know them, like I've gone to them, and they are fans of putting pictures of famous people that frequent their store, like sports stars or whatever, in their shop or whatever. Should be pretty easy to do in West Hollywood, no? Of course, you could do just that with AI now. You could be like, okay, picture so and so, and you know, put them in the picture. You could create all kinds of fake stuff. I mean, I couldn't do that. I don't have that kind of talent ability. All right, I gotta put my glasses on now. Doesn't need to look exactly the same. It just needs to look, as I like to say, equivalent. I'm not gonna repaint that track. I'm gonna see how it's done and see if I can save a step. Back.
Hey, Tony.
Hold on. Okay, now it's got a little bit too much of that on there. All right, now we're gonna get Iraqi sand, even though I'm sure the sand in Iraq is nothing like this. Tell you what is, you gotta make that. Do people actually eat donuts for breakfast? I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that donuts is a breakfast thing because, like, okay, it's not that they taste bad. It's just that breakfast to me is like you need to wake the f up, right, to get stuff done. Having a donut, it does the opposite for me. Like, I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap after this donut. Nah, I'm in a sugar crash. So I'm surprised that somebody would have, donuts. I mean, unless they're the person of the cop variety, and that's what they're famous for. We need to get a good deep clean on some of these brushes for sure. They got paint that's in between the bristles, and they're not allowing full move. Now you know what? Let's get a good one. We got. Oh, they're over here now. Let's not get paint on my shirt. These are cheap ass Michael's brushes. This one will work. Yeah, so I got a notification like one of those, hey, check this out a year ago. Do you want to, do a comparison like, a year ago, now, and then now, and you can put two pictures on Facebook. And a year ago, I was working on those Shermans, those British Shermans, which I'm really happy how it turned out. No drippings. So I've been doing drippings for less than a year. We do have vegan donuts that we buy from a local baker, but our most popular food item is our breakfast burrito, and it's good. So the only problem with stuff like a breakfast burrito is anything that has eggs in it. My wife makes the best eggs on the planet. And like eggs just suck if she didn't make them. It's like dramatic. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying that I wouldn't enjoy it. I'm just like it really kind of puts a damper on everything else. I don't eat eggs very often. But a little bit more of that. Vegan donuts. No satisfaction for the cow. Yeah, I see the word vegan. It's like a turn off for me. I'm like, no. That doesn't mean I dislike everything on it. It's just my initial reaction is not a positive one. And that may not be common. I'm just telling you that I see vegan. I'm like, I go the other way. See if we can get into the same level this other one is, and then we'll drip them both. Same. I grew up on a dairy farm. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Look, I get not killing a freaking animal to eat them. I probably wouldn't kill my own animal to eat it. I mean, unless I was really hungry, there were no vegetables left. I'm vegetable friendly, right? Eggs don't hurt nobody, you know. But you're asking me to give up cheese? What did I do wrong, man? Cheese is freaking awesome. Cheese is freaking great. And I give up alcohol in a second. Cheese, I ain't giving up no cheese. Now, with that said, I have had vegan items that don't taste like dirt. It's just the initial connotation is just, it's a bad one. Kind of like Nazis. Nazis are always bad, but there's a couple good ones, like the spelling Nazis. Those guys are good. Bad example. There's this one place in town that has a vegan chocolate cake that my wife raves about. I'm not really interested in it because it's chocolate and it's cake. 2 strikes against that. But it's very well put together. You know, like it's a good consistency. And it seems to be pretty popular. You grew up on a dairy farm. Well, you're used to hard work then. You're also used to waking up early. I was reading some crazy stuff about this T-35s, that they had like this warning lights that were inside, because you could get like trapped in these turrets. And if some turrets were turned a different direction, you couldn't get out of the little turret from the inside. So I had like this warning light symbol. I don't know. I don't think it was like a sign like, hey, on the air, you know, like, dude in turret. Turreted comrade inside, you know. Okay, so this is kind of the level that this tank is at. Over here. But we need some drippage. Now, before I forget, and it's going to be really easy to forget this, I need to be proactive. And I need to be proactive like I need to make the bases for this. I need to make 3 more bases. So that's not holding me back. And it's a shame that this is just the white triangle people, but you know, this definitely is asking for like a big old scripted Zirovino, you know, get the hell out of here. This is Russia, you fascist pig, or something like that. You know, we're gonna stab you in the, you know, tail, you whatever, you know. But they didn't do that. No, I should have some that are already open. All right, man. We'll see you tomorrow morning, maybe. Maybe not. Guess we'll see you tomorrow morning if you get up really early. All right, man. Try not to work too hard, and maybe you can think about something distracting while you're doing that painting. I thought I had one of these open. 2mm thick one. It is this one. Got another one. I got part of one. Oh. Evergreen Scale Models 2mm thick sheet. Now, I'm almost certain that when I pick the dimensions for this, it's common to a lot of vehicles. I didn't just pick it for this. I bet the KVs are on the same one. But what do I know? I mean, there's just probably a custom size for that. So let's see where my, see, I probably have these down here. Nope. 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 Okay, it's not here. I did put them away. Oh, here it is. Okay, it's 4 by 2. It's 4 inches by 2 inches. All right. What's this? What does this measure? Six. All right. So the 2-inch dimension is going to be this way. And I need to make 3 of them, right? So we're going to go 4 inches deep. Four inches deep. Yep. Yeah, see, this one slipped. This one slipped a little bit. I have a floating eraser out here, don't I? Think so. Boy, this doesn't clean up worth a damn. Must not be a very smooth surface. Could be it's not straight. Didn't really consider that. I think it's going to be close enough. Now, this stuff is almost a little creamy, meaning it cuts pretty well. Now this has no wastage in it. See how close we got. That's pretty close. And perfectly perfect. The size of the opening is really close to the maximum size of this. And we're going to go ahead and goop them. Probably should do this over on the other side. Yeah, that works really good. This is where you can really tell this stuff is creamy, so to speak. Almost like the plastic that's on plastic of Armor Fast. It's almost pastel-like, like artist pastels. And we're going to rough up one of the sides. Not that I need to do that, just kind of have it. I think Flames of War has these stands that are already pre-rounded. They look damn good. I don't like the game. But I like how their stands look and stuff. Now, even though I'm not going to carry these anywhere, if I'm going to put these things on stands, I'm definitely going to put a magnet underneath them. Actually, it's 2 sheets. Maybe it's just one. No, it is 2 sheets. I don't. Interesting other side to this. I don't need to be really precise. I do want it to be inset a little bit. There we go. And I don't mind splicing this together to make 2 of them. So like for instance, we have this one. We can grab another one. That was this piece's parts. Ben, I don't know if you're on here, but you did have me thinking a little bit about that. DB, how did this get out of whack? Cheap ass thing. About that fantasy. And is there quite a bit of flexibility there in creating some of those elements? The fantasy setting, that World of Atlantis thing that I have, I always keep coming back to that. I always think that there's just some potential for something good there. And I bet that thing's out of print. Although hopefully somebody put it in some kind of a format that's still accessible. I'd be more likely to play DBF with something like that than use my historical stuff. Just to kind of mix it up. Whatever that book's called. Keep coming back to it. I was obviously fascinated enough about it to pick it up at one point around 1986. Man, what is that thing called? It's not there. There it is. Lexicon is what it's called. I wish I could just like paint things shittily and fast. This thing. Atlas of the Lost World of Atlantis. Somebody had a thing for Skeletor back then. Here's your Skeletor. Yeah, there's all these Gorgons. Gorgons look freaking cool. I think this is available in PDF. There's like multiple things. Fantasy role-playing game supplement. It's funny, when I picked this thing up, Bard Games. I never played a role-playing game after this. And I think it had a map, had a fold-out map that's now missing. Of like the whole thing. because here's the map of the whole thing. And you could see the resemblance between the modern world and that. You can see that you got North and South America. I'm sure there's like a freaking lake or ocean in the middle of it. Atlantis, Europe separated from Africa. You got a Sahara, the Sahara Sea. I think that's even what they call it, the Sahara Sea. Yep, Sahara Sea. Interesting. Now let's rough up the top of this. And now, sealed for your protection. What, I'm going to dive in or something? Spackling device. Let's take this, put it down here. Lay it on a piece of cardboard and it can dry over there. have all the basing for the T-35s done. Well, we still got to paint this, but probably not a model that actually needs it. But we already have one with it on there, so that would be ridiculous. I think all these Russian vehicles have it, right? All the ones that would be for this battle. I think so. I don't know that I'm even going to play this battle. That's a lot of chits. Each one of these is a 10-man cruise. That's 20 chits for each one of these tanks. There's 4 T-35s on the battle. There's 80 chits right there. That's a long turn. And there's other ways to play the game. You can play like one chit per the whole crew. Like, I don't want to do that. You know? Okay, I'm gonna go rinse this. Put this away. This goes back on the other side. This goes away. This goes away. So does this. So does this. So does this. This goes away. This goes away as well. All right, let's be diligent about doing this. That's what causes chaos. All right, now we can go to Tony's Tones. I'm going to use a new one of these so we don't have a confusionarium, or just flip this upside down. That'll work too. And I'm going to go ahead and put some of these colors away. This is creating mental chaos. I know some people thrive on that. I don't. Not a fan. We're going to need this little guy. All right, the three tones: mid brown, soft tone, and light tone. Yeah, it's kind of lame the way the camera's pointed. I don't get to show off all the Viejo paints I have with the display case that was a pain in the butt to put together. This is what I used to have the old paints in, which worked okay too. But I just wanted to put all the craft paints out here, even though I don't really use them unless I'm like building. I'm doing buildings. One of these popped off. Let's just get in there. Okay. And water, a little bit of water. All right, so let's start on the one that's already painted. Easy there. And this is one of these things that actually is kind of hard to tell in pictures. number, pound sign, number sign. Jumping fast back and forth, painting Panzer's live stream. He has guests on a paint along. He does. I didn't know he was on here. I didn't get the notification. Did I? No. Nope. He's got content that appeals to more people. He's got, all different scales. Man, I'd get nothing done if that's what I did. I feel like I've got nothing done. I feel like I've got nothing done today. And I've been on here. Jesus, I've been on here 5 fucking hours. Holy shit. Wow, I guess no wonder I feel it in my neck. Yeah, I'd really get nothing done if I didn't do this, if I jumped around anymore. But now we got the stands being done. The stands are drying there. There's that many people that sign up for Patreon stuff, and I don't want to, that's just too much work for me. That creates more work. I know he has his reasons why he does it. He wants to do donations to a charity. That's a good cause and all that. I don't want to create more reasons to not get painting done than I already have. I mean, this is a really basic thing. And this is a really good looking, you know, casting, whatever you want to call it, model. Is it really a model if there's nothing to build? He's got like a 1 hour show, right? Something like that. But it's an Australian hour, so it's even shorter. Wait, not everything works that way. And I think he's on the He's on the dark side of Australia, right? He's on the other side of the desert. He's over in Perth or something like that. Dark side of Australia. You know what I mean? The one where not as many people live on. There's a map that I saw somewhere that it compared the temperature zones of different parts of Australia relative to the United States. So in other words, like they put like Florida where Brisbane was. So I guess if you go to Brisbane, you're gonna have Florida like weather. Well, I don't want to go there. I got enough of Florida like weather here. All the good people, all the good people live on that side of Australia. I'm not gonna say anything. Maybe all the troublemakers live on the other side. Is that fair? That's the people that have to survive all the scorpions and snakes to get over there. The bloody desert. I mean, that's a huge freaking desert. The good side of Australia. Oops. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know. Where do the good people? Where do the good Americans live? Also on that side of Australia. Oh man. Man, Australia is just too far away to visit. I use up all my vacation time just getting there. Perth. You look at our map, you look at the globe. That's where I learned all my geography from a globe. The globe with the ribs on it. You got Perth over there, that's it. I'm sure there's lots of other cities. I looked at it on the map relatively recently. There's a lot more than that, but I love it. Let me do a little bit of this, and I'm going to have to call it because my neck is not happy. I don't know why. This is jacked all the way down, isn't it? Yeah. Yep. There's no reason why. And this table's not adjustable, so that's the Indian side of Australia. That's where That's where the Emden and the whatchamacallit had the showdown, wasn't it? Sydney. I'm gonna I'm gonna remember that. I have to tell a couple Australians, hey, too bad you don't live over on the side of, I heard you live on the side of Australia where the good people aren't. Does that make you a, did they just not know you're there, or did you not report to Jeffrey? Did you not sign in with Jeffrey and announce your whereabouts? All right, I'm gonna have to sign out, and I'm probably gonna lay down a little bit, not to fall asleep, but just to stretch my neck out a little bit. But should be ready by the evening. We should have the stands already done. We'll have to cut that goop out and epoxy that in, and we'll just keep on keeping on.